Anyway, what's up, chat? Guess y'all don't care about my new video that I was working on. F me, I guess. Guess I'll just go die or something. But yeah. Hello, good morning. What's up? Might as well just get started then. If it's just F me, you know. You just want me to go die or something. What's the video, Mr. Streamer? You don't care about it. You don't care about my video. You don't care about me either. You just want me to go die or something, don't you? Anyway, um, hold on here. We'll hit this. Can you explain what the new video is about? Nah, you don't even care. You want me to go die or something. Um, I have an XQC clip I want to show you. And then there's this clip from this guy that people keep wanting me to talk about. I just never get around to. Do y'all know the Christian streamer who is like, I'm going to dress up as the burnt peanut to like do like evangelism? I saw a video. I'm trying to make sure. I want to make sure that there is actually no information in it. I saw a video. Christian version of the burnt peanut. Yes, yeah. I saw a video. This is the video. This is the video. They do bleep it out. They bleep it out. But like, it is the funniest thing. Cause like this is a video that he posted. It's called The Faith Share. He dresses up as the burnt peanut with a Bible. Happy Wednesday, not for Iran. LOL. We're live. Link in bio.
Is rethinking their while Iran is rethinking their life choices and whether or not it was a good idea to go up against the United States of America. We're going into Fortnite, telling everybody about the good Lord here on this good Wednesday morning. Everybody's welcome in the chat now. Come on in and have yourself a good time. If you're not kind of like, however, you're gonna get hit with the bad hammer. We don't want that to happen, no sirree. So you be all play nice and kind of like, and you'll be just right. If not, well, you know what's coming. If you can't,
you are right. It is a terrible Southern accent. It is an absolutely horrendous Southern accent. It's like he's like, maybe he just needs more practice. You know what I mean? He just needs more practice on how to sound like a true Southerner. Or he's supposed. Oh, you can't see him. Hold on. Sorry. Here, this is trigger warning for him.
while Iran is rethinking their life choices and whether or not it was a good idea to go up against the United States of America. We're going into Fortnite, telling everybody about the good Lord here on this good Wednesday morning. Everybody's welcome in the chat now. Come on in and have yourself a good time. If you're not kind of like, however, you're gonna get hit with the bad hammer. We don't want that to happen, no sirree. So you be all play nice and kind of like, and you'll be just right. If not, well, you know what's coming. If you can't make the stream, that's okay. We're still doing it. You have yourself a good day at school or a good day at work. Hope to see you in there now. God bless and Godspeed. While Iran is
how many viewers does he have? Just curious. I mean, I guess we could watch the Curtis Connor video on it. Because apparently he tried to do... He has 114,000 viewers or followers? Okay. That's craziness. Craziness. Is this satire? No, this person's completely genuine. person is completely genuine, right? But the funniest thing is not even this clip, it's this clip that I saw. Dr. Chud. I guess people call him Dr. Chud. I don't know if he calls himself Dr. Chud. Was that his name before when he was a Dr. Disrespect guy? I don't know his lore. But it's Dr. Chud getting doxxed live.
I can argue.
Like how you lied about being from Texas when you live at 414 Lindell Drive.
I don't live there, buddy.
Really? Because your wife does. Jeanette Hennig lives there.
Why did he accept somebody with the tag full legal name?
I can argue.
Like how
And just look at his face, bro. I can't. He's like, well, you're probably wondering how I got here. Okay, where's the Curtis Cotter video? Hold on, I have to see it. We're also going to talk about TikTok drama today. It's a 45. Okay, we're not watching a 45-minute video. That's not happening. But
folks, this is gonna.
Hold on, I hear Nick's getting into something. Nixie, what are you doing? What's going on? What you doing, doggy? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on inside. Come on, go sit down. Go sit down. Sit. That's right. You want to go up there and sit down? All right, doggy. You ready? You ready? See these? Oh, you're getting kind of heavy. Bow. There you go. Sit. Sit. No, Nix, you gotta sit down. Sit. It's okay. It's okay. Sit. There you go. Good dog. Good girl. See? That's fun. Probably eyeing my fork right there because you want to chew on it, right? I know you. Look right there, doggy. Look. Right here.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I'm...
Mindfad just subscribed. SDABLOVE.
Sit. Sit. Oh, wait. Ugh. Tangled up in wires. I can't catch my breath. I run. Random question: given the power of dogs hearing, would you have to hear your neighbors have sex at night? Would you still want the power? That's a positive, Jack. I'm sorry. Usually people give me powers with downsides.
To sound incorrect, but 5 years ago, I made a video titled Teaching Gamers About God. And in that video, I talked about a streamer who calls himself Dr. Witnesser. He's not a real doctor or anything. It's kind of like a Dr. Seuss situation if Dr. Seuss had like zero whimsy. If you haven't seen that video, I'll give you a quick recap. So Dr. Witnesser's whole shtick.
Excuse me? You watch your mouth. We don't use that language in this house, young lady. Go sit down. Hey. That's better. Still be nice. Sure. Come here. All right.
Was playing Fortnite on Twitch, but while he was cranking 90s and hitting the orange justice, he would simultaneously preach the word of the first man to ever use the reboot van, Jesus Christ.
If you don't turn from your wicked ways and repent and trust in Jesus, you're gonna die and burn in hell.
His motto was literally,
Sure. Okay. Sure. Didn't he get banned for? Nah, I think I read somewhere he got banned for telling a Muslim kid that he was going to hell. I guess he came back as a peanut. Maybe Curtis is gonna talk about that in his video. We will watch it, but like yep, yeah. No, 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 no. Come here. She got my sock. How did she get my sock? I have no idea. Yeah, see, you threw it, doggy, because you're stupid. Tangled up it. What, this? I'm back. Anyway, sorry. This is something I saw that was hilarious. It was a hilarious clip. There's also this XQC clip. If we have time, we'll come back and watch the Curtis Connor video. But you know, we never have time. XQC says, and there's no way this clip is real. XQC, Democrats are political losers. Chat, Democrats are winning by 20-point margins. In what race though? The midterms. What midterms? I thought the president only gets to do one term. Stay out of freaking Yankee business. Yankee Doodle. Freaking Canadians always up in our business, bro.
Democrats are winning by 20-point margins. In what race, though?
Hold on, we're the best.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Democrats are winning by 20-point margins. In what race, though?
I live when I believe.
In what race, though? What race?
Just underscore some underscore donkus just subscribed.
The race from last
A freaking
year.
leaf.
That you guys lost. The midterm.
Also, that was a year and a half ago. Right. A freaking leaf. Just some doofus thinking for 3 months.
Well, what midterm? I thought the president only gets to do one term.
He's so dumb. Not doofus, I'm donkus. Oh, just some donkus. Huh? Apologies. I can't read.
Guys, I don't know what that means. I'll be honest with you, check, guys. I'm politically fucking brain dead. I don't know what that means. Democrats are winning by 20-point margins.
Yeah, this is the most XQC clip, but I will not call him racist. You know how he feels about that. Yeah. Oh, there's also this that I made a tweet about yesterday. I said this is the top Twitch streamers from the USA, February 2026. This got the robots mad. They're all in my replies. I assume from the one reply I can see because I don't look at them. The Burnt Peanut's number 1, Jinxie's number 2, Asmiko's number 3, Hassan's number 4, Queso's number 5, Tfu's number 6, Jason's number 7, Ron is number 8, Summon is number 9, and Neon is number 10. And I said, yo, put on that Neon stream, and I put 3 robot emojis. I thought it was funny. So somebody replied, like, I don't even watch Neon, but who are you? And I'm just like, dog, I'm the CEO of Black People, Twitch partner. It's featured twice in GQ magazine, Foolishly Socialist. That's who I am. Put some respect on my name. I'm the CEO of Black People. But then I realized that they have a cuff on profile picture, and I was like, why would I reply to somebody who has a cuff on profile picture, bro? I cannot say anything nice about Cuffum, or I cannot say anything about Cuffum at all on this stream without me getting banned, because I will say some words that Twitch will not enjoy. So there's that. Let's see. Mind Fad, thank you for the 2 months, by the way. Much appreciated. 2 months with Prime. Check, yeah, your Prime is free. Just go ahead and check and see if you have a Prime that you haven't used yet. Sometimes it kind of stops, you know, you just subscribe, you forget about it, and the month's over, and you just have it. So go ahead and take your little look-sees and just see if you have a Prime that you haven't used yet, and go ahead and throw your Prime my way. Because you know who doesn't need it? Everybody else. Who knows who does need it? Me. Thank you very much. But the main story that I want to talk about today is actually a TikTok that I saw. So I actually came today prepared with one topic to talk about, and then the rest we're just gonna figure it out. What's the drama with the other post she made? Is there a rapper? Oh, that was a clip we saw on stream last stream. It was Rage and Dante and a few other people. I think Chris as well. They're doing a talent show on Discord.
Thanks for the reminder.
And they gave a white guy the N-word pass. While he was rapping. And then he dropped it in the round. I'm just like, y'all ain't gonna check him? All right. I see where we at. Here. I saw, so this is the story. I opened up TikTok for the first time in forever. I don't usually use TikTok because I don't like it. First of all, my YouTube short is actually doing pretty good. It's like 3,000 views. I'm like, that's kind of crazy. Also, Live LLM, thank you for the 7 months with Prime. Much appreciated. See, we got 1 Prime out of it. One day we'll get to 1,000. Sorry. It was this.
Do we need to be a little?
So I saw this post. I only saw a little bit of it. Because I was like, okay, this is definitely something I want to talk about on my stream. So I saw this video from the Black Development Network about this guy who his name is Jamal Berkmar. But let's just play a little bit of this.
Kinder to Carter Brown. Do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown?
I thought it would be.
Fuck no. Shut your bitch ass up.
So then I was like, wait, I'm confused. Who is Carter Brown? And oh my goodness, I have found such an interesting rabbit hole to go down. And I think it will be interesting to talk about because of what I talked about on my streams. So apparently, apparently Carter Brown, as he says, or Carter Brown, is a go live on TikTok. I mean, it didn't go very well last time, but I guess I can. Sucko guys responding to OP. Yeah, let me see if I can open it up first. Tangled up in wires, I can't catch my breath. I run. Carter Brown is, hold on, let me go live on TikTok. You're right. How do I do it? Here. Jamal is like the rage bait personified.
Sort of something just subscribed.
Sort of something for the 13 months with Prime. Much appreciated. Chat, your Primes are free. It doesn't cost you anything, but it costs me, or it makes me money. Let's see. Carter Brown. Jamal. What is his name? Brickmar Drama. What was that? What did I miss? What was that? Are you a subscriber on YouTube? I think so. Dalek Strax, thank you for the 7 months. With
Dalek Strax just subscribed.
Tier 1. Much appreciated. I don't know who that is. Gachibana, if I'm being real. But hold on. Go live. Do this. Modify. Paste. Hanging up in wire. I can't catch my breath. I run. Start. We should be live on TikTok now. We are live on TikTok. This is an R&B. She's an R&B singer. Sometimes. I just haven't heard of her. What's her name? Oh, let me look her up. Mahalia Jackson? That doesn't seem right. Mahalia. Just Mahalia? Huh. What is her most popular song? Why is Safe Search on? Oh my goodness. $600K is kind of crazy. Hold on. What you did. Okay. Okay, that's kind of groovy. That's kind of groovy. Oh, sorry, here's cool. But anyway, point being, so how did I get here? I wake up today, open up TikTok for the first time in 3 weeks. I see like 3 videos about like the millennial burger trend. I don't know if y'all have seen that as well. We do things kind of different here. Hold on. How do you spell millennial? But that's not how you spell it. Millennial. Thank you. Ha. Here, yes. Really new from last year? No. It's coming back, Chad. Trust me, it's coming back. I promise. It is coming back. I wish I could show you all the newer posts I saw. Every burger has a story. It's true. It is the most millennial thing. Apparently they don't like you play music or whatever. It's fine. It's fine. If I get kicked off, it's fine. It's whatever. Oh, there's also this one. This is from last year as well. It's so funny. We are young. That's right. We're black and we're white, but we are. It's just like, yeah. The white millennial burger place with the smash burgers and the truffle fries that'll cost you $45, served with a side of aioli, on these like weird metal chairs, always playing like the most millennial music with like a rustic vibes with the freaking vents and this. It's so yeah. I don't get it. It's just about nostalgia. No, it's just like that's just what millennials do. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then the here in my burger, because all the cooks have freaking man buns tied back with flannels on. HVAC is millennial, yes, in this way, yes. And all the guys who work there just look like this. Also, they serve burgers on anything but an actual plate. 99. It's so funny. Yeah, this is kind of the take. And then that's why this wasn't so funny. Hold on. This guy's been doing it for the last few days. He posts a lot. Where's it at? That's where I saw 2 videos from him. Oh, here.
So no, honey, I'm good. I can have another, but I probably should not. I got somebody at home.
Okay. Don't say that's just Wake Wilder. That's all right. Not too much on Wake. All right, hold on. Not too much.
So no, honey, I'm good.
But my For You page has just been these videos. I've gotten this same video like 3 times. I promise you. It's just like millennial burger place. It's kind of just the video that I'm getting now. Established in 1988, opened in 2017. It's so real. It's so real. It is. 2 guys, 1 crazy idea. POV, you're about to pay a $23.99 for the most mid burger in your life. No fries included.
Snap and Crackle just subscribe.
Kid on the way in 3.
Convincing yourself you're living the America. You'll be married in a year in the suburbs.
I did have a friend on the East Coast that started a burger restaurant. I'm ashamed. I saw each burger has a story. It's so funny to me. Each burger has a story.
We are.
Hi, welcome to.
Hello there, sir. Welcome to Project Handheld.
No, I saw a funnier one. Oh yeah, that's all this as well.
What's up, internets? It's Cody Redwing of Cody Redwing and the Broken Hearts. You probably know me from my hit song We Will Never Die or American Idol Season 10, Humble Brag. I'm here at my favorite burger joint, Epic Sauce, for the OG double patty with truffle fries. It's goals AF.
It's called Epic Sauce. I think he's joking. He's being. This is a beat, right? I can't believe this one.
To let you know, I'm going on tour this spring with Kyle Gordon.
Wait, I have $24 in my TikTok apparently. So if I'm ever going broke and poor, I know that I can just pull $24 out of my TikTok account and buy a freaking burger or something. Just a burger, no fries. Hold on, where's it at? Where's it at?
We are young.
This is her first.
I'm Delaney, and this is my.
We are young.
Where's the video that I saw? He was so funny. No, I can't find it. Anyway, just no, I was looking for something. I promise. I was not just scrolling. I can't find it. You got like 3 in a row like that. No. I went to my watch history. I promise. My For You page is also anime edits. That's how I started watching To Be Hero X. That show is insane, by the way. Also, it's Chinese. Not that that's a bad thing, but I wasn't expecting it to be Chinese. But yeah. Watch Link Click 2. Chinese derogatory. Chinese, the opposite of derogatory. That show's fire. The show start. Okay, spoilers for the show. If you haven't, actually, no, I won't spoil the show. But the starting of the show, the first episode is the most insane thing, and it's also like an anthology. So like, you follow different characters. I will say, I kind of like the first character the most. He had the most interesting story to me. The second character was a little bit insane though. It had a nice twist in the second arc. The third arc, I'm still watching it, so I don't know yet. Like Chinese, it's like hates Lord of Mysteries. Curious. I tried reading Lord of Mysteries. It's so freaking boring. Like I'm sorry. It's literally a slog to get through. They spend 4 episodes on this man putting 4 pieces of stale bread in his room, and I'm not joking. I'm not joking. They spend like 4 episodes, 4 pages of description to describe the man putting 4 pieces of bread in the corners of his room, walking around in a circle and clapping his hands. I'm like, do we need 4 pages of description to really say that's what happened? I mean, maybe, but it was a slog to get through, I promise. Watch the anime. I like reading, and I enjoy reading. And the anime is also, anime's fine. It's okay. Still kind of boring, but that's just me. We didn't go out Chinese anime, and there's a lot of good stuff. I hope it goes up over here like anime did. The first Chinese anime that I've watched was called, it was like, I don't know, it was this weird anime where they had like this power system where everybody has like a specific element, and this guy, he sucked and he was terrible at it because he found out he had a special element. I don't know what it's called though. Let's see if I can find it. It's like Kwanzi Bashi. That's what it's called. Wait, did it get a reboot? Because it did not look this good when I watched it. Did it get rebooted? Hold on. It did not look this good when I watched it. Wait, 7 seasons? This was a 2-season show. What do you mean 7? What do you mean is there a 7th season? What are we talking about here? There's only 2 seasons of the show. Am I tripping? I might be tripping. Yeah, this is what it looked like when I watched it. I guess if it was going for 7 seasons, they leveled up the art a little bit. But it was interesting. Anyway, sorry. Completely off topic from what I was supposed to be talking about. We got to Millennial Burger and then went to freaking anime. Sometimes I've seen subs and dubs listed as every season. No. The industry is completely different from years ago. They've invested in their animators. Yeah, To Be Hero X looks insane, bro. It looks crazy. But I'm here because I want to talk about Carter Brown. Have y'all heard of the Carter Brown saga? What's going on TikTok right now with this person? Have y'all heard about it? YouTube chat, you can chime in too. Maybe I'll look at you. TikTok chat says TikTok chat. I don't even know where to find you at. If there even is a TikTok chat. Nope, there's one viewer and it's me. I don't know who this is. I literally came here from watching a video about her. Basically, here, I'll let her describe her thing. This is the rant update. Where's her original rant? Where's her original rant? Because this is her rant update.
You know, I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter.
Okay, this is a good first video to watch, I think.
You know, I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work. I read it.
Sorry. So, I actually haven't seen this video, but from what I gathered from watching 10 seconds of this video, this white lady was a 3-time Trump voter, as she said. She was MAGA up until at least 2024. And at some point, she's left MAGA. I left MAGA. And she's talking about the meanie beanie hate that she's getting from like leftists or liberals or people on like the left. And she's like, it's counterintuitive to get mad at me because if you look at my page, I'm doing the work. And that's what she's lamenting now. That's how we got here. And I think if you've known me and you know my critiques and criticisms of the space, I've spoken about this before. So I want to hear what she has to say. Let's reserve and hold judgment. I want to hear what she has to say. And then maybe I'll side with her and be like, people are being too mean to her or whatever. Is she even a liberal? I mean, I don't know. I'll let her speak on it. And if she doesn't say it in this video, we can look at her other videos. I mean, she posts like, deconstructing religion connection just made about cults and cult survivors as a cult survivor. Learning empathy in my 30s. Well, look at this video. I'm curious. This one's curious. I left MAGA this year. It had an epiphany last night. If you've never left a cult, you don't know what it's like to leave MAGA or religion. You ... left MAGA. I'm 36 and just learning empathy. The pipeline to conspiracy theorists to leaving MAGA is very real. So you're laughing. She'll be running for president under the Democratic ticket, and you're laughing. Yeah. Anyway, let's just. I want to see what she has to say. I want to give her space to talk, because maybe people are being too mean. Maybe y'all are being woke scolds, and you're pushing people away. So I have to see what she wants to say.
I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work. I read a comment this morning that I'm not stitching because I don't want hate to come our way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult. Okay. I'm just minding my own.
Sure. All right. Okay. I'll let her cook.
Business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch. I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be a part of any political party or religion ever again. So the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote.
Hold on. Wait. Sorry. Run it back.
Stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be a part of any political party or religion ever again. So the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote blue now in order to make amends or something is not something I want to be a part of. The amount of "I'll never forgive you" I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here. My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than, I don't think that this is what the left wants. You've been shouting for people to wake up for years, and people do. And you just want to harp on, and I get it, that it didn't happen soon enough. And I don't believe that. I can't believe that. I have too much hope in my soul to roll over and die. I don't know what the solution is, but I know it's not to beat people while they're already down. You know, I thought it...
Okay, I have thoughts. But I want to see what Jamal says. If I can find Jamal's TikTok. Hold on. Because I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe he's speaking truth to power. Hold on. Oh my goodness, how much does he post? What is he wearing in this video?
You know, I thought it would be.
Fuck no.
You need to be a little kind.
Green shirt behind a window. Haha.
I've actually given up on who's going to win that best.
Never mind. This is okay. Did he put the same shirt back on and just sat in front of the window again? He does this on purpose to confuse me. I'm convinced. I'm convinced he does this on purpose to confuse me.
Are we supposed to forgive?
He privated it, possibly. Yeah, he could have privated it. Let's see. When was this posted? It's posted 3 days ago, so it'll be relatively recently. But it would be next to this video, right? Yeah, it'll be in this time. I don't know. Anyway, we'll just see. We'll watch this. No, actually, we won't watch this video instead. Okay, I'll just give my thoughts on this video. I think it's fair. I'll just give my thoughts on this video. So, just to replay some of my favorite parts of this video.
I'm going to allow any negativity over. Wake up. People can about it and left Matt. But you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult.
So, this one's interesting to me. Because, like, I don't know what she's talking about. You know what I mean? Like, what does she mean? The hate, like, the hate that she received from the left when she was in the cult is no different than the hate that she received that she left the cult. Is that what she's saying? So, like, I don't really know what that means. Like, yeah, if it's the same group of people who are hating on you before and after, it's because of where you were, your positionality. You were in the MAGA base. You know what I mean? But that one just confuses me.
I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch.
This is so funny, right? It's like being in the Klan, you know? It's like being in the Klan and being like, man, the Klan is racist, and then getting mad that black people want to immediately forgive you for being in the Klan, you know? Like, dog, you were a part of a dehumanizing movement that dehumanized pretty much everybody that wasn't, like, you know, cis, straight, white, you know, male, American citizen, you know, Protestant Christian, evangelical, like, you know, Anglo-Saxon, like, you know what I mean? Like, you were in the I hate everybody that's not literally like that group. So why are you surprised? Why are you surprised when somebody's like, I don't know if I can forgive you? Then this is the point where they either start to go left or self-destruct. No. Her point is that she's already on the left. She's like, guys, I already agree with you. I believe you guys. I'm right there with you. Why are y'all mad at me for being a part of MAGA? Why are y'all mad at me for being a part of the movement that literally said they wanted to kill all of you? What have you now? Like, I'm sorry. This is something I said about iDubbbz. Like, when you do this, when you have this past, especially, chat, she's a 3-time Trump voter. That means 2016, 2020, and 2024. That wasn't that long ago. I'm sorry. How much doing the work could you have possibly have been doing? Sorry. She didn't say that. She was reading a comment that said that, to be fair. She was reading a comment that said that she agreed with. I think. I'm pretty sure.
You know, I thought it would be easier, the more I talked about leaving MACA, being a 3-time.
No, never mind. No, she hasn't started reading the comment yet. I'm sorry. Never mind. She did say it. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that maybe she was just reading a comment at this point. Nope, I was wrong and incorrect. She was not reading a comment. She's like a 3-time Trump voter, right? And so like understanding like, yeah, some people may be a little bit frustrated by that, but the part of the transition to the left is like taking the licks. You're like, ooh, you calling me still racist. Ooh, you're saying I didn't change, you know, like, ooh, I'll take that. I'll eat that, you know, I'll eat that. Yeah, okay, I'm still here. And then when you get to the other side of it, you're like, you're better now, right? You have the history that shows that you can like roll with the punches, understand that you've caused harm, understand that you've hurt people, right? And you won't immediately turn back to being a Nazi. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, it's frustrating. You're like, I just learned that like black people are human beings and I hate that, right? And it's frustrating that those black people won't immediately forgive you, but like understanding that they're going to be antagonistic towards you. They're gonna criticize you and being like, okay, that's fine. It's okay. I still think black people are human beings. And then boom, you're past it. You're there. You win. You're up. You know what I mean? You've successfully moved past the first barrier to entry, which is like demonstrating that your beliefs are genuine. Right? Because all too often is somebody like, hey, I'm kind of floating with the idea of black people being human. And black people were like, excuse me, what? He's like, well, no, I didn't say you were subhuman. I just said, I'm just floating with the idea of maybe you are human. And black people are just like questioning that. And you're like, you know what? Maybe you aren't human now anymore. I'm going to go back to being, thinking you were subhuman holistically. You know what I mean? And so like, you're going to face pushback because the politics is not a game, right? And that's what the comment that she starts reading is kind of positioning politics as a game. It's like, these liberals think that we have to vote blue now that we left MAGA. It's like, honestly, that's literally the least you can do. If you got help get racist Republicans elected, the least you can do is if you genuinely understand that place you were at is bad, is like make sure that they don't get elected. Is that crazy of me to assume? I get not liking iDub still, but I do respect that he took his licks and then kept it pushing. Bro didn't lash out when he faced pushback. Yeah, and this is what I said when iDubbbz was on Hassan's stream, right? Because those of you who were in here remember, I didn't forgive iDubbbz when he was on Hassan's stream, right? But I said in the stream, I was like, hey, we'll just, you know, he said some crazy stuff, and I need to see if he does the work for this apology just to maintain. And then I think 6 months later or something, 3 to 6 months later, he came out and he made his own YouTube video apologizing, right? He got faced with pushback and criticism, including from me, and he kept it pushing, and he kept it pushing, and he kept it pushing, right? He'd apologize, he directly acknowledged the harm, and he actually demonstrated that he would be better. You know? Can never vibe with iDubbbz, not gonna lie. And that's your prerogative. I'm not telling black people that they have to love Ian. You know, you must love iDubbbz, how dare you not? You know what I mean? I understand that, and I get that. Right? And Ian also has to understand that. If he's genuinely changed, if he's genuinely different, right? It's his job to understand that, like, yeah, there's going to be people like you who don't forgive me. Right? But I need to stand by what I think is correct and what I think is right, even though it's unpopular. Because if you're on the left, I'm sorry, you're chasing unpopularity against me. Unpopularity, you know? If you're genuinely on the left. If you're a liberal, you know, you're liberal. But like if you're genuinely on the left, like you are chasing unpopularity. Right? You're going to be unpopular. You're going to be fighting against the status quo a lot of the time. You're going to be explaining things that are popular to people who view them as unpopular because they're dumb and propagandized. Right? And so you have to be willing to be unpopular. You have to be willing to be a pariah. You have to be willing to be unforgiven and to be seen as an outcast. You know what I mean? So that on top of just like, it's the right thing, it's the correct thing, and you were a part of the bad people before. You know what I mean? Like you were a part of the dehumanizing group of people whose entire thing was we need to dehumanize everybody who's not us. right? People are not going to forgive you, and you have to just accept that. And it is a hard thing to accept, right? The hardest thing in the world is not saying I'm sorry. People say that apologizing is one of the hardest things you can do in the world. That's not the hardest thing. One of the hardest things you can experience in this world is apologizing in earnest and not being forgiven. You know, when you genuinely say, I'm sorry, with all of your heart, and somebody says, I don't forgive you. Because you just got to eat that. You got to accept that. Right? Because the forgiveness is not owed to you. You're not owed forgiveness. People will hold grudges. People will be frustrated. People will feel some type of way. Is she actually taking the steps to reflect on her worldview and moral, ethical philosophy that led her to vote for Trump 3 times? I mean, no, not really. She just said that she's deconstructing, and her entire. We looked through her videos. All of her videos is just like, you know, I'm deconstructing. This is how I deconstruct. Look, I bought a dog. I'm deconstructing. Like, it's never actually like, hey, you know, this is what my deconstruction is. This is what I've learned, right? She's never actually like criticizing the Republicans. It's just like, it is all about her, right? It centers her, exactly. Right? It centers her. It centers her and her experience, and not the experience of the people that she, you know, harmed, and is wondering why she's not being taken as seriously. You're not even centering the people that you've harmed in this discussion. Let's watch a video. Sure, we can watch Learning Empathy in My 30s.
I'm 36 and I'm just learning empathy, and I had a situation that happened this morning that I want to talk about. So I'm in Sephora and I overhear these 2 women who clearly haven't seen each other in a while, and they're catching up. And they're talking about each other's children and the classes that they're in. And one of the women is talking about how the child in one of her son's classes dressed up like a fox every single day of the school year. And when I hear this, I immediately am like, however he feels comfortable, that's beautiful. And then I hear the way that these women talk about it, and I'm disgusted. My heart is breaking for the way that they're speaking about this 3-year-old. And then I'm quickly hit with the realization that's something I probably would have done. And the
funniest part is that she's the victim in the situation, not the child. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the weird part. Like, I understand what she's saying, and I understand you can feel some type of way about that. One, do we need to post on the internet? Maybe, whatever. But the weird part is how it centers like her. You know what I mean? It centers her experience. She was like, man, that could have been me. Right? And that's the problem, because like that's like all of her content. All of her content is alluding to the fact that she's different, right? Instead of actually talking about being different. You know what I mean? You can see this one about, I understand liberals now that I'm deconstructing.
Okay, I had to do some like deep reflection.
But I'll watch this one first.
I think one of the most wild parts of deconstruction thus far is...
It just comes across as her just wanting to be like a deconstruction content creator instead of actually like doing the work like she says. You know what I mean? Like, none of her content is actually about deconstructing other people, no matter what she says, right? All of her content is just like, guys, it's just treating it like a fitness journey. you know what I mean? Like, I would respect her more if she was doing like debate bro content, just slightly. You know what I mean? If she's actually trying to talk to actual conservatives and change their minds and do content like that. But all of her content is just, look at how different I am from how I used to be. I used to be such a bad person.
The fact that I get liberals now. I think one of the most
that's the video?
parts of deconstruction.
Okay, sure. I was expecting a little bit more, but okay.
Okay, I had to do some like deep reflection before I made this video, because I think dozens and dozens of people asked me this question. And a lot of how I felt about myself was disgust. And, I felt bad for my old self and the beliefs that I had.
Again, she's centering herself in the conversations. I felt bad about who I used to be. I felt bad for her because she didn't know, my younger self. It's just like, what about the people you harmed? You know what I mean? What about the people that you were supposedly supposed to be feeling empathy for? What about their feelings? How did they feel about it? You know?
As far as just looking at those that had differing beliefs as lost, as misguided, as
those differing beliefs that she's talking about is that, like, we want to throw immigrants in the wood chipper, and then after them throw trans people in the wood chipper, and then after them throw black people in the wood chipper, and then after that throw Palestinians in the wood chipper. Those are the different beliefs that she's talking about here. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the people who believe that are just misguided, people who believe that are just lost, and it's like, yeah, and they're also bad people. You know what I mean? They can simultaneously be misguided and lost, and also have caused harm. You know, and also have done things that negatively impacted and affected the lives of the people that experience them in your presence. You know, it's like, I feel so bad for those Nazis. I feel so bad for the Nazis in front of the concentration camp. They had to see all those people that they were ushering to their deaths. It's just like, no, not really. I feel bad for the ones that had to pull the lever. No, not really. I categorically do not feel bad for those people. They are bad. They're bad people. They've committed harm. Untold amounts of harm. They were evil. They did it callously. And yeah, it's sad of the state of society we got where those people exist, but I don't feel bad for them. You know what I mean? I'm not like, aw, look at little Jenny over there. She's whipping that black man. I feel bad for her. She should be out playing, Nintendo or something. It's just like, she's whipping the black man. I'm like, what are we talking about here? Let's focus on that part of it first, maybe. Then we can talk about how sad it is for them. Then we should start with the victims. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I'm confused.
Evil.
Okay, she did say evil.
Now, mind you, I grew up in
she did say evil, I'll be fair.
Very legalistic, black and white, evangelical, fundamentalist Christian home in the South with a parent who is a covert narcissist. So I hope that
she belongs on TikTok. She belongs on TikTok for using the term covert narcissist. That
paints a very vivid picture for you. And
to be honest, a lot of leftists have tendency to act like being a bad person makes you a victim. I mean, you can say sure that they're a victim of their environment. I would say they're a product of their environment, but that's just my verbiage. That's how I would that's how I would use that term. What is legalistic? I don't know, actually. I have no idea. As in, like, maybe her parents were lawyers.
Programming I had to go through to have this clarity to be able to consider liberals, leftists, whatever, because there was a whole argument in the comments about leftists versus liberals and whatever. The thing is like, I'm not here to be identified by a label anymore.
Okay. Sure. She doesn't want to be identified by a label. she doesn't. She read a comment that and she identified with it said, by the way, I'm not voting for Democrat anymore. We're not fitting in these boxes, right? She's a apolitical queen. Like, okay. And this is my main issue. A lot of times, like, we are preempting growth onto people, which I don't necessarily know what she believes, but it does not read to me. Maybe this is different for you, chat. It does not read to me like she genuinely is done with the work that she needs to do. Is what I'll say. It doesn't read to me like she's done with the work that she needs to do. But she speaks like she is done with that work. She speaks like I've deconstructed. Which is what she said, like, when I was deconstructing.
Here to be able to consider. So I hope that paints a very vivid picture in the South.
Wasn't that far back? It was somewhere. I don't know what it is.
Have this clarity to be able to consider liberals, leftists, whatever, because there was a whole argument in the comments about leftists versus liberals and whatever. The thing is like, I'm not here to be identified by a label anymore. I'm just being honest in this deconstruction process for me as far as what I believe and what I don't believe and what I actually think is what's best for humanity. And I was misguided in that. I mean, I'm 36 and it took me this long to realize this. Like,
yeah, chat, you don't understand. She's a 36. She was a 30. What was it? 33. She was a 33 or 34-year-old child when she voted for Donald Trump the third time. You don't get it. You don't understand. And you being mean to this 33-year-old baby when she voted for Donald Trump the third time is actually, you're pushing her away. And she's so sad about that because she was just a 33-year-old baby. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe you're just you're old enough to understand that some people are not going to forgive you for the bad things that you did literally like last year, essentially. You know what I mean? And you are old enough to take it on the chin and keep it pushing. Maybe this is why people going through deconstruction should not, be like prominent, like left-wing content creators, especially when they just started the process. You're not ready to build this audience. You're not ready to speak on behalf of the left to deconstruct people. You're not done with the journey yourself. That's just it. You're just not done with it yet. Are we back to Grand Platinum already? Stop. Please. 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 I beg of you. Not again. Not again.
It's a lot. It's deep.
I feel like if she is genuine that she doesn't understand that deconstruction doesn't end with your belief disappearing. It doesn't end. For the rest of your life, you have to actively manage to follow patterns of your thinking that your faith is instilled in you. There's latent hatred and faith of perceived outsiders for years after. Yeah.
It is deep programming, brainwashing.
Also, I hate this because, like, sure, that's how cults work generally, but like that doesn't negate any of the harm. It just completely removes the what's it called? Not the free will. The onus, right? The responsibility. That's what I was looking for. It removes the responsibility from the people who are actually causing harm. Culpability is a good word too, right? Agency is what I was also thinking of. I don't know about accountability, but yeah, we understand it. We get it, right? Like, it is programming and it is brainwashing. This is all true, but the harm is still there regardless. And especially when you're like a full-grown adult, right? You have some responsibility for your hand in engaging with and perpetuating that system. You know what I mean? You just do. You can't just push it off on like, oh, I was just a product of my environment or a victim of my environment. Like, yeah, that's true, but you also did cause harm, and people are allowed to feel some type of way about that, right? Because for your 36 years of living, where you were a part of this right-wing Republican MAGA cult, right? You were causing harm to the people who were marginalized, right? Who interacted with you. And understanding that they are the people who are the central victims of this. You were a part of the perpetrating class.
On a cellular level.
Okay.
I mean, I accepted Christ when I was 4 years old, so I have been entrenched in this mentality for 3 decades. So my best piece of advice for, you know, liberals that are trying to be patient for more of us, people like me, to come forward and make this change and realization and have this clarity.
Super nice and kind.
It is not going to be with the tone and posture that is what has been happening over history.
She's just saying be nice to bigots. She's like, you guys, you have to be nice to us. You have to be nice to other me's. You just have to. You know how she literally was a Nazi 2 years ago. We're literally like at like I was a Nazi 2 years ago, and now I'm telling you how to best approach discussing the left. This is literally what I was saying. This is literally what I was saying like last year this time, right? All too often do we push people like her to the front of the movement because, oh, they were just right wing. They were just reactionary. They were literally just Nazis. You know? They were literally just Nazis. So they know how to speak to Nazis the best. Please give them a microphone. Put them on a debate stage to debate Republicans or whatever. They'll be changing the minds of people. That's what we need leading our movement because they know best. This is exactly what I was talking about. That was so, I didn't mean to do that. But this is exactly what I was talking about. I'll read your comment in a second. Your comment. Oh, this comment. Okay, we'll get to this in a second. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, I drew the little paint graph. Remember that paint graph I drew? Oh, where's it at? I think I closed it, so I don't have it open anymore. But like it was like the one that looks like this. And I said, and then I put black here. Black. Here. A black person starts here and then ends up here. They have like this much like +2 growth. And then a white person starts here and then ends up here. And they need to be the leader of our movement because they have like +50 growth. You know what I mean? This is white. So like that. Right? She started at a super reactionary position. And now she's like slightly less reactionary than some black people are. And it's like, oh, she grew so far. Look at how much she's grown. She used to be super bad down here. Now she's up here. Give her a microphone. You know, give her a microphone. Let her speak for the left. Now she's giving us advice about how to talk to MAGA people. Because she was just down here. Right? And the problem is that a lot of people on the left subscribe to this notion. They're like, well, that's true. I want to give her a mic, but she grew a lot by those metrics. Yeah, but the growth is stupid. That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that looking at like how much you've grown is dumb to see who should be the good communicators or who are good communicators for that. You know what I mean? Okay, this is a bit of a stretch. I don't think say Hassan would ever put his lady on. I don't think I've mentioned Hassan today. like at all. So I am misunderstanding your point. But I do disagree. I think Hassan, given the opportunity, would, you know, not necessarily like let this lady on, but like, so who? Everybody on the left. Just look at the fact that Dean Withers is like the prominent voice on the left. People in your chat are saying that. Well, yeah, well, I agree with them. I wasn't saying that, but I am saying that. I think like this is the thing that Hassan does do, right? He looks at like the growth of somebody, and that becomes like the chief. To who on the left is saying, put her to the front. No, that's it's everybody on the left. This is the way that the white leftist movement exists. That's it. You see by the size of the audience that they have, the opportunities that they get, they are the spokespeople for the left. You know, the freaking Harry Sissons and the Dean Withers and the I don't know about Adam Mockler's background, right? But you know, Vosh, right? As like a former Ethan Klein, as a former right winger turned left winger that becomes like a spokesperson for the movement. A darling that we should listen to because, you know, they've grown so much. Look at how much they've grown. They used to be so bad and so anti-SJW, and now they're a liberal. Isn't that crazy? You know? And that's it. It's very Dean Withers. Yeah, I talked about this last year when it came to Dean Withers, right? He's also one of those dudes who refused to apologize. Yeah. And people were yelling at me and other people by being like, be nice to Ethan. You're not being nice to Ethan. You know, this is how we push people away. Like, people were saying exactly this about Ethan Klein. Literally hot swap this person and Ethan Klein. People were saying, shouldn't we be nicer to people like Ethan Klein? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we be nicer to people like him because they've grown from being super bad to not so bad anymore? You know what I mean? And my point is never that like these people can never grow and can never change. But when we always preempt their growth, right? When we always preempt their change by being like, oh, they have grown. I promise, right? Just look at what they're saying now instead of their past and their history, right? The preemption of growth is a problem.
She's my African princess.
Intimacy
you just don't make them leaders. Yeah, and they can, if they become leaders in you know, a few years once they've actually grown fully, then that's another thing, right? But like they become spokespeople because, you know, who better to speak to MAGA than former MAGA? You know? I was gonna read something about it. I don't know where it is. Lost it. Oh, nice doesn't mean anything anymore. I've plenty of genocidal right wingers that could be service level, polite, and nice about their bloodthirst. It's a lie. Intimacy, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. Much appreciated. I get what Hassan is doing. You can't just block people based on their history. I see like we're a church, we created space for people to who don't agree to come in, but yeah, I know leaders till they put in the work. But even this is a problem because, you know, we let somebody in the church with a gun that just shoots other members, right? You're like, oh yes, you're a heathen, but come in, please. Bring in your AR-15. And any accidental discharges that kill people, it is what it is. Like, no, you set parameters. You say, yeah, you can come in, but you have to leave your gun at the door, right? Yeah, you can come in, but like leave your weapons outside. I don't want you to trip and then stab somebody by accident, right? You can't just freely open the doors and be like, everybody come in all the time, just free flow, right? Because the people who are in there originally, right? The marginalized people in this theoretical church, right? Who are already in there, who are in there for sanctuary, for security. Like, so in the church analogy, they're just a bunch of homeless people who are sleeping in the church because they have nowhere else to go, right? And then you let somebody come in who hates homeless people with his guns. He walks in and starts shooting the homeless people in the church because you didn't do the proper work to like make sure that they were safe for the people who were already there. You know, you didn't do the proper work to ensure that like they're not going to cause harm to the people that are already there. Right? So bringing it back from that analogy, when it comes to introducing former right wingers to the left, you have to do at least a little bit of a pat down, right? To be like, okay, but you can't be anti-black, you know? you can't dehumanize trans people in this space, right? You need to make sure that your existence in this space does not threaten somebody else's existence in this space. And all too often do we center the newcomer, right? The non-marginalized, the former right-wing bigots. We center them and we're like, oh no, come in, please, please, just come in. Here, sit down at the best pew, you know? But they actually are causing harm to the people around them, right? They brought in peanuts to a peanut allergy space. Does that make sense? I think what you're saying is there's a lot of other options before you get to the woke coding and purity testing that are healthy boundaries. But like what you decided woke code and purity testing is, you know, honestly based in a little bit of white supremacy. You know what I mean? Because like those terms, woke coding and purity testing, are weaponized for the people who are doing the reasonable stuff, right? So what would you determine are like reasonable stuff that I will tell you, you know, that people have called it woke coding. People have called regulating anti-blackness as woke coding. People have called regulating anti-women sentiment and sexism as woke coding. People have called regulating anti-trans sentiment as woke coding, right? Like that's just the case. We should be allowed to purity test if you don't make the cut, do better. It's not a social club for everyone. It's a movement that requires good camaraderie and empathy that is based in the protection of marginalized people. And I think a lot of people on the left don't even know what they're here for, right? It's, you know how like billionaires always just make more and more money, but they can never even spend all that money. So they're just making money for the sake of making money. And you're like, why are you just doing this? You don't need any more money, kind of thing. I think a lot of people, a lot of leftists have this view of like the growing of the left. They don't care about growing the left so they can actually use it for something. They care about growing the left because big number equals better, you know, we win, kind of thing. It's a game. It's, oh, if we just keep funneling people into onto our side would be bigger than their sides, right? We have more of our color than their color, and therefore we win. They don't understand that, like, no, we are growing our side so we can use that power to make things safe for marginalized people. So why would you make things unsafe for marginalized people to grow that number to maybe potentially make things safe for marginalized people in the future, right? It's almost like it comes across as you don't care about the marginalized people, and it's just about growing this nebulous concept of the left, whatever that means, right? Because what is the left if it's not protecting marginalized people? What is the left if it sells out trans people and black people and Muslims, right? And immigrants? What does that do? What does that mean? It's like the Democrat of giving up trans people to win votes? Yeah, because it's not like a Democratic Party that will give up trans people to win votes are going to, once they get those votes, do pro-trans legislation. In the same way, you describe liberals not leftists. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I think all too often do we scapegoat fucking leftists for doing racist shit like this as well. They're not better than this. They're not above this. They do shit like this all the time. They will give ground and make spaces comfortable for bigots at the expense of marginalized people to maybe potentially garner power to what? Maybe help marginalized people in the future? That's it. They both do it. They do both do it. Because it all comes from centering, right, the white, cis, heterosexual perspective, right? It's centering the bigots. It's centering the normalcy and not the people who are harmed by it. That's the point. And so now we have this person who I don't even think is actually legitimately like progressive. She doesn't call herself a liberal. We haven't seen her call herself a liberal. We don't know what her thoughts actually are, but she just says, no, guys, believe me, I'm different. Which popular leftists are pro Liz Cheney. Who said anything about Liz Cheney, chatter? I didn't even bring up Liz Cheney. This person? Yeah, but you said me. You said you're describing liberals, not leftists. You were talking to me. And this message came in after you said that. So what are you talking about? My point is that all too often do we promote this as being like, you know, we preempt people's growth too often because we like the idea of growth more than we like actual demonstration of it. That's kind of it, right? People are flooding her comment section, being like, and cheering her on, being like, yeah, you go, girl. You left that MAGA cult after voting for Trump for 3 times, right? And she'll get like, 30,000 followers, but a black person who's been making like anti-MAGA content for the last 12 years is kind of shuffled to the wayside and lost in this entire conversation because, oh, you weren't for MAGA, you black person, so you can't speak to MAGA people. You said leftists care about bringing in racists and transphobes into the umbrella. Yes, that's true, right? That is true. That is correct. Leftists do that. That's kind of the entire thing. I think there's an underlying issue that most people only grow after someone is harmed. I don't have a solution on how to fix this, but until this will keep happening. I think funny, you know who else deserve it? Pivot and everyone rightly goes to then go help through it for it. Kanye. Yeah, but you know, Kanye's different, you know. Yeah, I'm arguing that I don't think those people are honest leftists then. But they are. That's what they call themselves. And that's most of the left. It's most of the left. Harsh, we can turn Brother Banks into leftists. I mentioned libs liking Cheney thing and being confused as to why it didn't work as well. I mean, liberals are just bad. Am I wrong to think it's chronically online? Like, I know a lot of black leftists are involved in prison rehabilitation. The idea that the left has some serious issue accepting growth is just not true to me. Oh, no, you are correct. It is a very online take, right? It's a very online, white-centric perspective, right? Because the issue is there's a dichotomy between what we view as bad and what they view as bad, right? When we say, like, hey, we need to let, you know, people grow and change, but, like, leave your inward at the door, some people think that that's a step too far. We need to create some sort of community for these MAGA defectors, like something that's like AA, a community for them, so they don't go back to educate them on the sorts of the issue. Something to keep them out of our communities, though. Yeah, but the issue is that the MAGA defectors are not given any. There is that comes with the assumption that people actually think that they need to change, right? That comes with the assumption that people actually think that they need to change. There's this idea that, like, even criticizing this MAGA person or former MAGA person to get them to change is, like, also off-putting to them as well. You know? It's not like there was an option to choose between her and a black content creator, and the left just pushes this lady got the fascist algo booth organically. Now when it comes to doing clout moves, it's what becomes the one to interact with to reach more people. I don't know. No, it is an option between her and a black content creator. It is, right? It's not like you get those two options presented to you, but when offered the same choice, which is like if you're doing like MAGA content, right? White people ostensibly tend to interact more with the white content creator than the black content creator, thus pushing that content more. You know what I mean? That's where it comes from. This is why there is a disparity in the like political, you know, spaces as it pertains to like black content versus black content creator versus non-black content creators, right? Because white people or non-black people tend to interact with more non-black content, even if it's the same content. You know what I mean? That is the case. Let me ask: is it a we can fix such save them attitude, like a leftist white man's burden? A little bit. It's what she says, right? She sees themselves in those people, right? This person, Carter Brown, says, I look at my former self and I feel bad for them. And so they see themselves in those Nazis, in the current right-wingers, because they used to be them. Does that make sense? And this is a weird thing to also happen at the same time as like dark woke, right? Because it feels like dark woke is only about saying slurs. If you're like, guys, we have to be nice to the ostensibly white former reactionaries and current reactionaries to make them former reactionaries, and guys, we need to be mean to people, but not those people. Then who does that leave? You know, to draw it out as another diagram, you're just like, guys, these are all the people on the right. Get that? All the people on the right is right here. This is the right wing, right? And these are all the white people on the right. It's probably, you know, technically more like this, but like, how do I make this bigger? Haha, that's what she said. Hold on. I don't know how to do it. Oh, here. Oh, no, that wasn't it. You get the point. This is all white. Right? And then these are all the non-white right-wing people. And so you have two groups here on like the left that's like, hey guys, we need to be mean. We need to be mean to the right wing. We're gonna be mean. This is meanness. You know what I mean? Meanness. But then simultaneously being like, but guys, we have to be nice to former right wingers who are you know, people who look like me, basically. Like, we have to look at the former right wing, you know, white guys, and we need to bring them into the fold, and being mean to them is not nice. You feel me? And so then you have like this to attract the former white right wing people, the Joe Rogan constituency. We have to be nice to them, right? So now you have niceness. So if the niceness and the meanness cancel out for all of this here, then what does that leave to be mean to? You know? We just don't have to be nice to Nazis? No, but you don't understand, if we're mean to them, then they won't come over here. That's it. That's what I was begging. It's just like, you know, it's just about, this is the slur part of dark woke. Because you can't be mean to the hers. There's another person, to be honest. You have people who are gone, too far gone, and you know you can't engage with good faith. I try to be nice to people who are with the effort, but then you're not talking to, like, you know, this constituency, right? Because like, also, like, what does with the effort mean? Like, what you know what I mean? And so, like, are we talking about the people who are like, you know, anti-black? I think black people are subhuman, but like, I'm nice to you about it. I'm polite. I want to lead with kindness and understanding always, but once you've demonstrated that you've no desire to change, I always double down on the awful shit, and I'm going to disrespect you real fast or walk away the conversation entirely. But that's the people that you're trying to convert. That's the constituency. Like, we're not talking to centrists. You know what I mean? We're talking about people who are established, like Trump voters for three terms, right? Or for 3 elections, right?
That,
and that's who she's talking
about. That is what has been happening over history. It's just not how it's going to be. You have to look at these people, everyone. You have to look at every unhealed individual as a child.
Literally, she's saying, treat these Nazis like children. They're not unhealed individuals. They are perpetrators of violence. That's who she's talking about. That's it. She's not talking about like a 12-year-old who's a part of a cult or whatever. She's talking about that 12-year-old, but also like her parents who think that black people are subhuman. You know? Her uncle who wants to kill trans people. Like, they're like, oh, but treat them like children, you know? I told you, chat, she's a 36-year-old baby. I literally said that. Oh, she's a 36-year-old baby. Okay, you're being mean to a 36-year-old baby. You can never hold them accountable for their harm that they cause because you're actually being off-putting to them. You're pushing them away. You know, you're woke scolding them. What she's saying here is basically don't woke scold the right wingers. They're children. I'm like, no, they've caused harm. They've caused harm and they've done harm. Are you supposed to just let that slide? For the idea that maybe that they would change? Right? If I see somebody screaming slurs on the street, right, threatening to stab black people, I'm supposed to be like, oh, well, I can't say anything about it, but because he can change in the future. You know? If I go up there and I confront him now, you know, he'll never change. He'll never be different. So I must allow him to keep saying slurs. Your kid is flipping over other people's plates in a restaurant. What should I do? You can't tell him to stop because, you know, he's young and he can change. You must just let him continue. Yeah, lost following your thought process. Would you agree? Instead of highlighting in rehabilitation projects, why didn't we spend more time uplifting marginalized people who have been on the front? That's my question. And the issue is just that there's always, because the same people who are on the left who are supposedly change are the same people watching these projects because they identify with them. They don't identify with the black people, right? They don't identify with the trans people. They would rather hear it from like, you know, the white cis guys because it makes them comfortable, which is how you get like the racist leftists. They've heard stuff from other racist leftists, convince them to come to the left, but they never have to address the racism. And then they just do that for the next person and the next person, right? It's like, yeah, you can, you know, maybe appeal to somebody on the basis of their whiteness if you're also a white person, but can you actually hold them accountable for their anti-blackness to a extent where they think black people are humans? You know? But black people are clawing for a level of relevancy when talking about black issues. And that's the issue.
That are masquerading as adults, because that is what they are. And when you think about it like
so
that,
this is some good added context with like people who are commenting on her video like, hey, I don't want to be mean, I don't want to be nice to right wingers. You know what I mean? It's just weird how those two things can like hold the same space. You know, be nice to right wingers, stop being mean to right wingers. You're being mean and pushing them away. But also, we're doing dark woke. You know what I mean? We're doing dark woke. We're being mean to people now. How can those two ideas hold up next to each other? You remember that the white girl that I said? Jokes. Let me see, Instagram. I should have saved her name. Nope, not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. Not this. I'm going to my Instagram. Nope, that's a sourdough video. Don't remember watching that. I'm trying to find it. I showed y'all the joke video, I promise. I know I did. There's a video of a white girl being like, we're gonna be mean again. We're gonna bring back being mean. I'm a former mean girl or something. I know you remember it. I know you remember. Nope, that's my art Instagram. I'll go here. I found it. 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 I don't understand how these two positions can both be the case, you know?
We are underutilizing a crucial tool of the resistance, and that is bullying. And of course you don't know how to bully. You're a good person, but don't worry, I'm a bad person. This is kind of vulnerable to admit, but I am a recovering mean girl. I'm a lot nicer now, but I still got that dog in me, and that dog bites. I'm gonna walk you through some tricks of the trade. The first thing you need to know about bullying is that it is not about you. It is about your target. Decenter yourself from the narrative. Stop thinking in terms of what I think. Start thinking in terms of what they think. Zero in.
Right? So it like this and this operating the same space
as a child
is weird.
That
right? Like you simultaneously want like dark woke, we're bullying right wingers, but also simultaneously you can't bully right wingers because you're pushing them away. You know, it's almost like this take, you can't bully right wingers. It's only weaponized against the marginalized people when they actually try to address real, you know, systemic issues. But when white people want to be mean to right wingers, they justify it by calling it dark woke. You know what I mean? If you're a black person, you want to be mean to right wingers, you can't do it. You're being woke scolded, you're pushing them away. But if you're a white person to be mean to right wingers, you're dark woke. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. I found it. I found a through line. I found a through line. Black people are not allowed to be dark woke. I like. Should I crack it? That's ironic. Yeah.
That is what has been happening over history.
And the victims of both approaches of the marginalized people, yeah.
It's just not how it is now for 3 decades. So my best piece of advice for, you know, liberals that are trying
okay, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Anybody who ever comes here and tells me that I'm woke scolding, I'm just going to say that it's dark wokeness. That's it. I'm going to say I'm being dark woke. I found it. I found the answer to the woke scold. If there's a right winger on the screen and I'm like, fuck them, and they're just like, you know, people want to be perfect for you, like, no, I'm just being dark woke. Don't worry. This is just dark wokeness, right? This is just dark wokeness. I'm just doing dark wokeness. Boom. Boom. It is the loophole. You're in woke 4.0. Yeah, I've already bounced back to black people and came back to where I am now. Boom. Dark woke scolding. We've ascended woke 2.0 here. Exactly. We're now in woke 3.0. Put it on your calendars, chat. Put it on your calendars, chat. We're taking dark woke from the white people. That's it. We're stealing from white culture. They stole woke from us and we're taking it back. Now we are commodifying dark woke. So when you're being real woke and white people don't like you being real woke, say you're being dark woke instead. New patch just dropped. New patch just dropped.
Be patient for more of us, people like me, to come forward and make this change and realization and have this clarity.
I'm sorry. Can't do it. I can't be patient to people like you, right? I'm being dark woke. I'm too busy being dark woke. I'm being so dark woke. I'm being so dark woke right now. I can't have any patience for people like her. It's all about dark wokeness. It's all about dark wokeness.
Going to be with the tone and posture that is what has been happening over history. It's just not how it's gonna be.
It's woke 3.0, so fuck her.
You
Yeah.
have to.
Yeah.
JMINTB just subscribed.
JVinceB, thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Taki Moshi, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That much appreciated as well. Did y'all get hit with ads? I'm sorry. Did not mean for that to happen. I'm so woke. They're gonna go kind of call. I'm being called SJWs. Crazy part is what makes her think that we need people like her anyway near us. Oh well, people do think that. Alfred John, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated.
Look at these people, everyone. You have to look at every unhealed individual as a child that are masquerading as adults.
I can't get over calling MAGA people unhealed children. Sorry, I can't do it. It's dark woke. Dark woke, woke 3.0. Can't do it.
That is what they are. And when you think about it like that, I would never speak to my child the way that some of these people speak to other adults, but like at the end of the day.
She's okay, and to put this in context, she's talking about the child being the MAGA racist. That's what she's talking about. She's like, I would never speak to my child the way that some of y'all speak to these right wingers. Treat them like children and be nice to them and accept them with open arms. See, this video adds a lot of context. This video adds a lot of context. This video adds so much context to the first video we saw, which is why she was crying over people being mean to her. Because she doesn't view what those MAGA people, those right wingers, or what she was a part of as being actually genuinely harmful. She was just a baby when she voted? Yes, 3 times for Trump. Remember when J. Cole said that about No Name? I have no idea what happened with J. Cole and No Name, and I am not going to look into it. She also engaged with this level of self-analysis too, because when she made her initial video that made people speak against her, she was almost indignant at the notion of like, you guys make it hard to be reformed. 3-time Trump voter like me come out, admit we were wrong. Yeah, so we started here. Which we're going to go back and watch it again with this new added context. There's always going to be a debate on how to handle people like this. No, I solved that debate. Because you know what, chat? You know why, chat? You know why? You know why? You know why? It's because I have a video on this. Where I literally solved it 3 years ago. Where I said how the left should deal with alt-right radicalization. I solved it. It was easy. Yeah, I'm gonna read your message though. On the one hand, they usually ask for more sympathy than people deserve, in my opinion, but at the same time, you have to start somewhere and personal growth should be encouraged. I mean, sure, but like, does that extend to like freaking, IDF soldiers and like Klansmen or whatever? Like, sure, personal growth should be encouraged, but like, you're not gonna sit there and be like, I'm gonna center your perspective. How are you feeling right now about this? You know? Like that's kind of the problem. You know, I read it. I said, no, I agree with you. I'm not saying you're doing that, right? But I agree with this, right? I'm also going to treat racists as genocide apologists who are 30-year-old like children. That's crazy. Yeah, and I agree with that, right? But I think all too often that's how they're expected to treat them, because I think white people are infantilized for their, and so men are also infantilized, right? And cis people are infantilized. Like, you know, the people of the hegemon are infantilized. Yeah. Dark woke, cringe woke, scold. That's a pretty good meme. It's a pretty good meme. This is why it's so funny where I see black people using the term dark woke. Like, dog, that's just woke. Woke was already dark woke. White people just took woke, made it dark woke, and said black people can't use it. That's it. That's all that's happened with the term woke. Woke was about being mean to right wingers. It was about acknowledging you know, it was about acknowledging bigotedness and systemic oppression and black people calling Nazis Nazis, going toe to toe with the Klan. You know, like that was what woke was. And then woke was taken, repackaged as dark woke, and just say like, black people, if you use this, you're being a woke, cringe woke scold. And now we're taking it back, bro. We're doing woke 3.0. These marginalized people should just accept more superiority and not material equity. It has saved not listening to Reverend Haynes, Crockett's New C. He literally talked about systemic oppression and people were like dark woke. Yeah. Yeah. Continuing with the Mean Girls analogy, we see what happened to Katie Heron when she tries to change the school dynamic by instilling herself as the new Regina. I actually don't remember that in Mean Girls. I only seen it once years ago. Who was still left in the margins was Katie being a new head of the plastics change, Janice and Damien's experience in school. True, maybe. Sure, maybe true, maybe. It wasn't until Katie rejected the established social hierarchy, breaking up and distributing the crown, there was actual change in the school. Sure. Yeah, right. I'll take your word for it. Hear me out. Dark woke should belong to melanated people. Now we're dropping the dark. You know what I mean? We can call it black woke. Black woke. But now we're back to regular woke. I'm not dark woke. I'm woke. I'm regular woke. Just because white people, it's like, why are we as black people conceding white people's change of what our word is, bro? It's like black people being like, walking into a room and being like, what's up, you unks? Like, no, we can use the word like we normally used it. We don't have to use it like white people who stole it and commodified it used it. And then they got tired of it and called it cringe. Okay. Dark woke is just white people stealing AAVE. It's the exact same process. It's the exact same process. Black people are using a word. White people take that word, make it cringe. Other white people call those white people and black people who used the word first cringe for using it, and then made it their own word, and then changed it so it's theirs. That's all that's happened. Do you see Brianna Perez react to the same Child Naga lady? No, I have not seen that. It's literally my smoke with Taylor Renz. What did Taylor say? Well, me and Taylor agreed on the term woke and dark woke. It's just about saying slurs. I'm here because I thought I was just being ODF, being irritated by the exact thing. Basically, just describe Afro pessimism, and that's where I've been at. And Pan-Africanism. Okay, the soundboard is another form of stealing AAVE. I mean, that's what I said when I first heard it. It is what it is. But like, should I say AAVE was Zoomer language? I mean, she's incorrect about that. But y'all know my take. Remove the soundboard. Take the soundboard down. No. But I said it when the soundboard first dropped. I said it as a joke. I was like, Hassan is just taken from black culture again, because Kai Cenat and the WL community love using soundboards and stuff. So, but we're not like seriously being like Hassan's a racist for this. I just thought it was funny. But yeah, then again, pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Soundboard originates from New York City radio, in my opinion. I mean, sure. I don't think it necessarily changes the dynamic. You know, it's like it came from like the way that it's utilized. It's like from black culture. It was black, so I'm not even disagreeing with. Yeah, that's yeah. It's like it comes from black culture. And Kai Cenat and like the WL community that's based in black culture brought it to the streaming ecosystem, and then it's used in a, you know, as the wider streaming space. I will say Hassan tried arguing about the soundboard being ableist to people with sensory overload. Overload? Are they joking about that? Is it a meme? I'm just saying that's not like Kai Snout or AMP who created the soundboard. I mean, yeah, but it's like a. I don't know, it would be like if Kai put a jukebox, not a jukebox, sorry, a boombox on his stream background. Like he didn't make the boombox, he didn't make the association, but he's still a part of Black culture, slightly, I guess, maybe. What is up with people saying Black African Americans Black culture though, right? But he still does utilize Black culture in his streams. But if then like a white guy took a boombox and put a boombox in his background as well, he would be like taking from Black culture. The Kai would be a part of the Black culture. Piper Max said it too. Yeah, we covered it when it happened. Anyways, go back to this though. Where's it at? 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 This one.
That's what we are. We are unhealed children.
Just saying, New York City DJs on the radio did it first. Yeah, I obviously, I don't think Kai's not made the soundboard.
That are so dumb. Some of these people, because that is what they filed. These people, everyone, you have to look at every unhealed individual as a child that are masquerading as adults, because that is what they are. And when you think about it like that, I would never speak to my child the way that some of these people speak to other adults, but like at the end of the day, that's what we are. We are unhealed children.
No, lady, you are a 36-year-old woman who voted for Trump for a third of your life. What do you want me to say? People are like, yeah, guys, you have to be nice to them. They're children. You can't be like, no, they're not children. They're adults. White people get to be 36-year-old children. Black people are 15-year-old grown men. You know what I mean? 12-year-old man. 36-year-old child. Y'all speak to unhealed Black people any type of way. True. True. This is correct and true.
Wanting to be healed. And it was a wild pill to swallow.
Stop. Run it back. Run that back me one more time.
The day, that's what we are. We are unhealed children that are so desperately wanting to be healed.
Stop. She's like, guys, you don't understand. All the people in the MAGA base care so much about being different. They desperately deep down inside of them want to be healed. So be nice to them, please. Sorry, we're doing dark woke. Can't do it. Doing dark woke can't do it. Bring this up. How do you deal with this pessimistic feeling? Because I tend to drown it out with music, trying to be optimistic. I don't see it necessarily as pessimism. I just see it as like, you know, what our ancestors had to do to get here in the first place. So in 50 years, that'd be us.
And it was a wild pill to swallow to realize that I feel like if Jesus was here today, he would be a liberal, leftist, whatever you want to say. But he's definitely not a conservative.
Okay, I had to do some like... The coolest thing that you can do is just not care. To mind your own...
Just remember.
Ever since deconstructing religion, I don't want to post anything.
Okay, the main difference between the women that I coach...
Like, I just don't understand why I mean, I guess everybody tries to be a TikToker, you know, that's what it is. But you can do your growth like...
You can't write this shit.
You know what I mean? Coaching others, but like the problem is, it's just like... I don't freaking know, bro. It doesn't even come across that she's coaching other people. You know what I mean? It just feels like, guys, join me on my journey not being a bad person anymore. This is day one of me not being a shitty person. I woke up and I was like, don't think about killing Black people today. Don't think about Black people committing the most crime today, please. And then I went and I got my milk. It was chocolate. You know what I mean? It's just like, does this need to be content? Like, it feels like you're kind of profiting off of your growth. You know what I mean? Go back to the coaching video. Which video was that? I didn't even see that video. Did I skip it going fast?
Okay, the main difference between the women that I coach. I don't want to post it. Ever since deconstructing.
Is this the coach video?
Ever since deconstructing religion.
That one? This one?
Ever since deconstructing
This one?
religion, I identify more with the left than I ever.
No, this one? The next one?
This is a group 7 cat checkpoint. If you're in group 7 and you have a cat, let me see your cat.
This one?
Use the sounder stick.
What is happening?
I don't want to post anything, but here
This
I am
one?
posting something, so. Okay, the main difference between the women that I coach that are successful and the ones that haven't
This
had
one?
their breakthrough yet is the fact that the successful ones take risks. You will not be vacationing in Lake Como if you are playing at
She
Safe
said
Food.
coach?
No, like seriously, you
Does
will
she?
not. Okay, the main difference between the women that I coach that are successful and the
Oh,
ones that
yeah, she does say coach. Oh. I was so I was so confused. I was like, what? I was looking for coach on the screen. I was looking for coach in the description. I was like, what? Okay, you're right. Yeah. Sorry. I dropped the lid. Okay, we're good. Call you the most Gen Z person alive. Hey, leave me out of this. I'm a zillennial, not quite millennial. I don't have a burger joint yet. She had a course like Ninja. Yeah, she's selling courses on.
Okay, the main.
She's selling course, or she's like, okay, maybe she's doing free courses. Probably not though. But she's most likely selling courses on how to not to be a bad person, being former MAGA. And I'm not supposed to question that at all. I'm not supposed to question that at all. I'm not supposed to be like, hey, maybe that's why she's getting mad. People are being mean to her because she's like, you're getting in the way of my grift. You're getting in the way of my grift. Hold on, I need to see. What is her? Is it in her bio? This is her Instagram. She's verified? What? It's not difficult to get verified. I guess you post all of your I'm no longer MAGA videos. Those would bang on those would bang on what's it called? Threads. Not threads. Reels. So why aren't you verified? I don't use my my Instagram. You're born in 2000, you are no parts millennial. No, I'm zillennial. Right? If you were born 7, 8, 9, or 2000, you're in the zillennials. You know, you're better than the younger Gen Z. Anyway, I couldn't find it. Wait, I didn't look for it actually. I got distracted. I don't know where I put it. Yeah, I have no idea where I put it. Anyway. '94 to 01 is a crossover. 94 is Gen Z. Freaking old people, bro.
The difference between the women that I coach that are successful and the ones that haven't had their breakthrough yet is the fact that the successful ones take risks. You will not be vacationing in Lake Como if you are playing it safe, boo-boo. No, like seriously, you will not.
Maybe she's not talking about coaching people on how not to be reactionary. She's talking about coaching like she's like a life coach or something. 94, 5, and 6 are millennials, and they are the cusp of Gen Z. Oh.
Getting the desires of your heart if you're not taking risks.
whether that risk is finally posting content and not giving a what people think, whether
Wow,
it's
yeah, she left the cult. She said the F word.
finally getting that job that you want to get because your heart's desiring that and no one else understands why you want to go do that job, but you do. You realize staying in your hometown is not going to help you get to where you want to be in life. So you move. And your family is like, no! Those are all tests. Tests to see.
This is a minute and a half. We're not watching all of this. Anyway, getting back to how we got here in the first place. Knowing all that we know. Okay, last one. That's this one.
Got into Harvard Law.
Never mind. This is a sound video. This one. Learning empathy. Oh no, this is the one about the when she cried about her young self. Okay, we saw that one already. All right. Going back to this first video, we're gonna watch it again, seeing if anything has changed about how I feel about it now, knowing a little bit more about it. That's it. Was she always in her car? She's not here.
Be easier. You know, I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult.
Chat, I have to remind you, she's just mad that people are being mean to her because she voted for Trump for 3 times. You know what I mean? She's like, why are people being mean to me because I voted for Trump for 3 times? I was just a 36-year-old baby. This is not making me feel very welcomed, guys. Ugh. Oh, it's so funny. I can't. So what happens? You revert back to a right winger like this. And if it's so hard, I mean, most do actually. Some do. He's like, man, this is making me really hate black people so much. Yeah, this is making me really hate black people some more. Like, no, this is literally like the first test of the question. It's like you get points for writing your name. You know what I mean? Is you say I'm sorry and people say I don't forgive you and you're like, that's fine. I still think you're a human being. You know what I mean? It's the easiest question on the test. And you're failing it. You're like, guys, I think you guys are kind of human. And we're like, we don't forgive you. Never mind, you guys are subhuman again. I hate you. I'm going back to MAGA. Like, then you failed the test. You've never changed. Being like, okay, I understand you don't forgive me, but I still think you're a human being is like step number 1. It's like the first step, number 1 step. So much for the tolerant left.
Because I'm gaining more empathy, and I don't think people really. It's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult. Because I'm gaining more empathy, and I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work.
All right.
I read a comment this morning.
Like, I'm sorry. You don't get to determine whether or not you are doing the work. You don't. You don't get to determine whenever you think the growth has stopped. You were at the point where you're supposed to be at. You know what I mean? You don't get to determine that. That's for like the people you've harmed to determine. That's it. She's like, guys, I stopped being MAGA. Not even I want to be like a liberal or a leftist or whatever. She just said I stopped being MAGA. Her entire content is not like I'm now a left-wing person. Let me advocate for left-wing policies. Her entire content is, guys, I'm not a right-winger anymore. Give me support. Give me love. Shower me with treats and goodies. Guys, I don't think trans people need to die anymore. I don't think black people are subhuman anymore. I don't think immigrants need to be thrown into a wood chipper anymore. I don't think we should be bombing people overseas anymore and killing them and these children. Right? Give me love and support. And she's mad that people are just like, I don't forgive you. You know?
I'm not stitching because
Yeah, Jesus wouldn't be a conservative as far as she's gone. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like a big part of that is that conservative white folks are coming from a religious Christian background, and they're like, wait, when I go to church and confess my sins, I'm forgiven. Well, I'll go into the real world. Not only are some people not going to forgive you, but I was going to shit on you. It's a culture shock for them, I bet. I think it's also a part of like the religious right as well. I mean, so the white religious right, right? Because like in the structure of white supremacy, they've never been told no. They've never been told, hey, you can't have this. It's, hey, if you want this, go get it, right? You want to go conquer that land over there? Go kill the people who live on there and settle there. You know, hey, you want to go get some free labor? Go steal the people from over there and make them work for you for free. You know what I mean? At no point have they ever been told, you know, you can't do this. And when they have been told that historically, it's become a huge issue, right? It's become wars fought over like, conquer and imperialism and colonialism and slavery and stuff. It's like, hey, you want to go, kick all the black people out of your town? Go ahead and do that. Why not? Who's going to stop you? There's always been pushback to that. So now in a situation where like they are not the people being centered, it's not like the former right wing, white men and women who are like, I'm a leftist now, who are being centered. It's like, hey, you've caused harm to these marginalized people. It's like walking to the hospital and getting upset that people are being treated there, right? It's walking into a hospital, and being like, as a person who's like a serial killer, and being upset that people are getting treated there. I was like, why is nobody paying attention to me? I stopped killing people. Please, why are none of the doctors coming in and treating me? Why is nobody looking at me? I've stopped killing people. I've stopped slashing them up. Come pay attention to me and what I have to go through, And that's kind of where she got to. Ooh.
I hate to come her way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA.
Sorry, I grew up Christian as above to be shitty. Yeah, but it's also this. She threw the MAGA part on top of it as well. Looking forward to all the books white people are going to release in 5 to 10 years about their journey leaving MAGA. Oh, why did you say that to me? Why did you say that to me? That's going to be an entire section in Barnes and Nobles. It's just I survived MAGA, bro. I go to the library and they have like the I survived MAGA section. It is a bunch of white people who get tens of thousands of dollars writing a book saying, guys, I realized that black people are human beings, and then you were there. And then $1 million in their pockets. Guys, I grew up thinking black people weren't human, and now they are human. $1 million. You're gonna have a black person write about like their experience living in a white supremacist world, can't even sell 2 books. That Mr. Drew gonna watch? You did not. We've been on Old Girl here.
Do not speak about it because the hate you receive, because I don't want hate to come her way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult. I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch. I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that.
Chad, you don't understand. It's very hard for her, the person writing the comment, to view black people as human beings. It's like I had to go up to a black person today and say, I see you. You have no idea how difficult that is. That I had to think about the fact that I didn't see black people before. And it's just like, okay, what about the black people that you've harmed? Maybe let's talk about them a little bit. Is at any point in your statement going to be like, I'm sorry to the black people I've harmed? Maybe. These are growing pains that are normalized by these people. Yeah. I don't see color.
I'm not going to be a part of any political party.
Oh, sorry. Get to the best part. Hold on. Run it back.
I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this. I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be a part of any political party or religion ever again. So the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote blue now in order to make amends or something is not something I want to be a part of.
So you just want to be like she wants to be apolitical. She thinks going from from being like a right-wing neo-Nazi to being apolitical means that people can just leave you alone forever. You know what I mean? And that's it. It's just like, I'm trying to mind my own business and not think about the fact that I thought that black people were subhuman. And people want to be mad at me for never, ever, ever considering that black people are subhuman. And they want me to do something they call make amends or hold myself accountable. Well, I'm doing that in my room by myself. What do you mean I have to actually do that to the world? What do you mean I have to actually vote for like policies that are not explicitly racist? What if I just don't vote at all? What if I just what if I just recuse myself from politics? Why is people not leaving me alone? What am I supposed to say about that, What am I supposed to say about that?
The amount of I'll never forgive you I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here. My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the hardest thing I've ever done.
It's always just like me. I don't want to call it narcissism because I don't like armchair diagnosing people, but gosh darn it, it's so self-centered. It's only like, this is about how it made me feel. Right? It's about me and how it made me feel and how I was feeling at the time and the harm that I caused. Well, not about that, but and then I decided that I was going to move to the left and everybody's being mean to me on the left because I believe that other things about other people. You know what I mean? From that kind of household too. Yeah, and it's like you can grow up in that household and you can be a conservative, right? And then learn from it. But why do I gotta hear about it? You know what I mean? If you're gonna tell me how racist you were in the past, I'm gonna say I don't like you, and then it's my problem, bro. It's like, okay, to be fair, I've had these experiences before where like there are freaking like white people, like there's like I'm in a club and like white girls like, I used to say the N-word, and I'm like, why are you talking to me? That's why I don't go out anymore. I think we're not calling it NPD. The phrase gets thrown around like candy, and the left loves using it as a moral judgment and not understanding the mental health aspect of it. It annoys the piss out of me. Yeah. What? See, half of y'all are saying what? But like, I have some people being like, bro, yes. See, we live the same life. We lived this. This happened to me so many times. I'm telling you it exists. What kind of club? It's just a club, chat. You in the club. You just trying to party, trying to bob your head. And you have these like these white girls that come up to you. He's like, I used to be racist. Like, girl, get out of my face. Especially drunk white women. Exactly, bro. I'm chilling, looking for the baddies. I'm looking for the baddies. And then she coming up to me being like, you know, I used to say the N-word. Not anymore, though. It's always that phrase. It's just, I used to say the N-word, and when you look uncomfortable, it's like, not anymore, though. What if she is a baddie, though? Looking for the baddie's not a bad person. Yeah. Anyway. Anyway, sorry. This is completely off topic. I don't remember what I was saying. Yada yada yada. We're the real dark woke. Woke 3.0 is coming back. Where I've been go through Swassing and V's and cry wishing life was better. It's the end of the world to them. When they realize their struggles ain't shit. I mean, it's not even just white women. It's not a white women thing specifically, right? This is just a white women on the screen right now. Like, white men do it too. And honestly, white men get more grace for it, if we're being entirely honest. Like, that's how the patriarchy plays a role in this. Like, white men get a lot more leeway for being way shittier people.
Sean,
you know?
the Black says she's my
Bulletproof love. Thank you for the tier 1.
Bulletproof just subscribed.
Straight men do it too. Oh, for sure. You cute for a black girl? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure like there are black women in here who've been to the club. A white man is like, yeah, I used to not date black girls. I do now though. I tried recently. Talking about you like a piece of meat. I know better. The problem is that there are black men who I used to say the N-word would work on, and there are black women who you're cute for a black girl would also work on. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. People keep engaging with them. People keep engaging with these racist people, so they get validated. You know what I mean? They're like, it's just, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. It's just, yeah.
Really know what else to say other than
Stop bringing up my old beefs. I've seen non-black men lick black women's faces unprovoked. Like, what are we doing? I usually only date Asian women. I always wonder why they volunteer that information. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why men do anything really. That's just assault. It is assault. Dang it.
You know, I thought it was.
Sorry, let's get back to this.
I'll never forgive you. I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here.
Sean,
my entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian.
Anything for the 26 months. Who would suffer 26 months? I don't know, maybe a loser. Got him. Bamsler, thank you for the 9 months. Much appreciated.
I live as a capitalist.
Did you check with that one model, by the way? No.
Bamsler11 just subscribed. As a white dude can
It's
confirm.
been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the
A white woman had ordered was sitting, she was laughing at me because at the bar because she ordered a malt liquor and I had a Miller High Life. Apparently she was stamped from because she's Rockford, Illinois.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Yobtar, thank you for the 5 good subs as well. Much appreciated. Check out the disgusting pervert. Shaq is like the black people's version of like Leonardo DiCaprio. It's kind of how I put Shaq. But I would put Shaq as worse. Shaq would be like super weird to people like in public. Leo at least had the decency to like get his 25-year-old to 21-year-old girlfriends from some college campus. You know what I mean? Shaq is just like he's like a open out and about like weirdo. But he played ball good, so. As a white dude, I'm gonna start every sentence with as a white dude. I've been doing straight in the club. I don't broken opportunity for anybody. I've been putting on my grocery store label stickers round bottom and hot and mild. Dang, I don't go out to the club that much. I like going alone. Leo's in the files. Okay, we'll get to that later.
Hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than, like, I don't think that this is what the left wants. You've been shouting for people to wake up.
It's dark woke. Dark woke. I don't know what to tell you. It's dark woke. We're being dark woke.
Years, and people do, and you just want to harp on, and I get it.
Harp on? You mean the dehumanization? You voted for Trump for 3 terms. We can go through the list of what Trump has done. What was the straw that broke the camel's back? You know what I mean? Like he has a lot of stuff in his repertoire about being misogynistic, extremely misogynistic, and racist, and anti-immigrant, xenophobic, which is what anti-immigrant means. Islamophobic, anti-Semitic too. Racist, but to a different group, and then racist to a different group, and then racist to a different group. He loves being racist too. Like, was it the anti-homeless policies? Was it the killing the entirety of the economy multiple times? Was it the tariffs that rose the prices and the foreign wars that he's stoked because he wants to be a strong man and is making gas prices so insane once again another time. Excuse me. Haven't listened to her, so I must have missed it. Has she cut off our deeply racist Christian Trump-loving family and friends? We don't know, actually. We don't know. Trans people being forcibly detransitioned and experimented on in prison. Yeah. Like, what? At what point was it? Was it to build that wall that you were loving so much as a 28-year-old? She's calling her. She's like, we're children. We're children. We're just a child. We're all just unhealed children. You were older than I am now when you were doing that. You were voting for Trump before I could even vote. Like, what do you want me to say? You know what I mean? So people are going to be a little bit mad at you. You know, people are going to be a little bit angry and upset on the internet. You got to eat it.
That it didn't happen soon enough. And I don't believe that. I can't believe that. I have too much hope in my soul to roll over and die.
Again, it's always just me.
Know what the solution is?
Can you want to click back? I wasn't here.
But I know
No, this is our 3rd time watching it at this point. You got to check the VOD.
It's not to beat people while they're already down.
She's saying you're beating people when they're already down. I can't.
I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MACA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And
Okay,
I don't
sorry, I watched it again. I almost did. I almost played it again. I got distracted watching. I was looking for something else. Here. So that was this video.
I just had lunch with someone who still supports MAGA. They're pretty close to me in my life. I'm gonna keep them anonymous. But it was a really tough lunch. I basically was like, you are supporting a pedophile.
How much you want to bet this
they're like,
person
"No,
in the culture is actually still a 4chan user? This person, I have a friend who was addicted to slash pole in the alt-right movement in 2015. Now he's a staunch leftist and addicted to Hassan Piker. I mean, like, again, it's, you know, good, positive growth in the right direction. I can't speak without seeing what he actually believes holistically. You know what I mean? I started having empathy, and it was hard, and I gave up the left's fault. It's left's fault, though. Yeah.
Supporting a platform. I vote for a platform, and I go, okay, so it doesn't matter who is running. If they're a pedophile, it's okay that they're a Republican, though. And like you could see like the cognitive dissonance kind of like happening. And honestly, I feel like I left some breadcrumbs. Because I basically said, I was like, look, like, imagine the person who raped me, he comes out and all of a sudden he wants to run for office. And I am like, oh, hell no. And I come out, I'm like, hey, this person raped me when I was 19 years old.
It's just...
Would you...
Either her husband or her dad. Her husband would be funny. I would say it would be funny if it is her husband and then they just went out for a dinner. You know? They just went out for a lunch. And at that lunch, they just happened to talk about politics. You know what I mean? She's just still married to him. It took her how many years to come to this realization? Extraordinarily long, right? And again, it's fine. It can take long for you to come to this realization, right? But you have to understand that, like, just because you come out and you're like, I had a lunch with my MAGA friend, right? You know, somebody who's super close to her in MAGA, and act like that's like doing the work, right? Like, people are still going to be upset. People are still going to be mad. You were voting for Trump for 12 years. You know, you got at least 11 more years to go until you've, you know, equaled out chronologically. She left breadcrumbs. It's all good. Yeah. Like, you did 100 tough lunches. Yeah. And also, like, because like, if you want to be a creator, like, and you open it up by saying literally like 2 years ago, I thought you people were subhuman, they're going to feel some type of way about that. So maybe you should have this growth in this journey off the internet. You know what I mean? If like you're unable to even engage with people who you've harmed. You know what I mean? Like, you at least have to engage with those people. She only wants the positives of like coming to the left. She doesn't want to actually be held accountable. She doesn't want the actual negatives of actually being like, hey, let me reckon with my the harm that my behavior has caused. She wants like the notoriety. She wants the attention, right? She noticed that the right is becoming more and more unpopular, and like leftists are becoming popular, and they're like, she's like, I want a piece of that, right? And I'm sorry if that growth is not genuine, because when the Overton window swings back because the Democrats will inevitably fail again, guess where she's gonna go? Why I left the left. You know? Or is the first grifting to the left? No, grifting to the left has been a thing for years. Right? People who say there's no left-wing grifters are incorrect and wrong. Like, there very for sure are left-wing grifters. They're all on TikTok. No, there's some like I think Vosh is a good example of a left-wing grifter. Right? Like somebody who doesn't necessarily care about the things that they espouse, but just say things because they want notoriety and attention. The Destiny. I don't think Destiny is left-wing. Like if you consider him that, then he's that. But someone with motion, you know, Jimmy Dork. I'll tell you, I've never engaged with Jimmy Dore's content. He was already grifting when I came like to like the internet sphere. Ethan tried it and he almost succeeded, but he fumbled on the 20-yard line, you know. But anyway, I said all of that to get back to this original video, which was this video is what I saw this morning. Anyone in the debate sphere as much as it exists anymore? Yeah.
That's a Carter Brown.
You know, I thought it would be
Do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown?
You know, I thought it would be.
Fuck no. Shut your bitch ass up.
Listen, I like being right as much as the next person, but I also want to win. And I think so far I'm seeing a lot of videos and stitches that are helpful, but there's some people who are like relishing in kind of her tears and also telling her to shut up.
Shut the
Is dark woke. I don't know what to tell you. It's dark woke.
fuck up. She's not sorry. This is not work that needs to be done. She's not so much as talking about the next election. She's not talking about the midterms. She's simply talking about how, oh yeah, I've had lunch with other MAGA people. She's probably still in MAGA, for all we know. You do not get to come to the people that you hurt. You voted for this man 3 fucking times. You do not get to come to the people that you hurt and just say, hey, sorry guys, can you just forgive me? Man, I've seen some of the comment section. You should see the damn comment section. And the thing is that you are a brown person. I do not know your ethnicity. I'm not going to sit here and ask for it. But truthfully, you are a brown person. She'll skin you alive.
That's got a few takes. Dudes around Palestine. That's not necessarily surprising from TikTok, but.
And you talking about some ask her for her forgiveness, bitch. And you talking ask for it. But truthfully, you are a brown person. She'll skin you alive. And you talking about some ask her for her forgiveness. Big dog, she wait for people like you. She waits for the contrarians like you to act like you give a fuck. So that she could do this shit again in the next election. Make sure that she shows her ballots next election. During the midterms, she needs to show all of her ballots. We'll know if she's MAGA then.
Do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown?
Yeah. You made a pretty good response to this. I don't know what response Jamal could make to this, but you know, I can look for it. I don't know where it is. Is it this?
I'm left with one question. Who benefits from a lack of nuance? I do not want to relitigate anything. In their lens. I've been on this app for a year. I've been to do harm talking about it. It's not just me. But ultimately, there was
Well,
a
this is about the Baptist thing. Because this was the video, or this day.
Now that the dust has settled and people are making their jokes.
If there any
Can we just blow this page up, please? I don't make many requests. Can we just blow this page up?
There are no real creators anymore because you keep bullying them off the internet.
This is why I say you should start content creation late, guys. Start late.
I don't think it's this one.
Mandate for men. Those British people who've moved to America on TikTok.
Jamal, don't piss me off.
Hi. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm losing the thread of working out which content creators just have really bad comprehension skills and which ones know what they're doing.
Private? No. Someone said he made a good response to this video. Like, it made a response to this. So I think this may be the response.
People out of context or adding things to what they say on purpose because they know it will get them views. So for people who don't understand and want to, this content creator is responding to a video that I made about Carter Brown, who is a woman who used to be in MAGA, voted 3 times for Trump, and is now posting about leaving that movement. She's been doing a lot of that posting. In my video, I agreed with all of the reaction. Like, I said it multiple times.
Well, I
and
mean,
rolled my eyes.
you can't see the video anymore, so guess we'll never know.
When I saw her video, I didn't really care to think about it too much. I'm not going to give a lot of my time considering her, like, pain. The question I had for people wasn't whether or not their anger or their frustration was justified. The question was just, like, is it a good move strategically? That was it. Somehow, though, this content creator has managed
the answer is yes. It is. That's how you stop the actual grifters. You saw the audio on this video? I've attempted to.
Interpret that as me sympathizing with her. Like, I can't. Like,
this is how long is this? This is a 5-minute video, bro. What the flip?
I didn't really care to think about it too much. I'm not going to give a lot of my time considering her, like, pain. The question I had for people wasn't whether or not their anger or their frustration was justified. The question was just, like, is it a good move strategically? That was it. Somehow, though, this content creator has managed to interpret that as me sympathizing with her. Like, I care. Like, even though you just heard me say I don't care about her pain, which is where I start to wonder: is this
another response? One day ago.
What's the problem? issue, because there are moments where his responses to me literally contradict things I explicitly say in my video, like this one, for example. There's some videos that seem a bit sort of frothing at the mouth kind of energy that I'm like, I don't really know if this is useful for us.
Frothing at the mouth kind of it. Otherwise known as anger, Jamal.
Does he think I'm criticizing anger? Because I'm not. Like, anger is completely justified. We all understand anger. The question I'm asking is broadcasting that anger strategically useful? And does this...
But like that same thing can be said about her, right? Does broadcasting her takes about like be nice to MAGA, is that strategically useful? Like, does centering her perspective, right, and defending her, is that strategically useful? It depends on what the strategy is for. Like, what is the goal? And I think Jamal's goal is just he wants to have a bigger tent. He wants bigger number next to D on ballot for some reason. He's not even in America. You know, where my goal is about mitigating the harm to marginalized people, right? That's what my goal is. The Democrats or the electoral system is only a means to an end to satisfying that goal. If I can achieve that goal without going through electoralism, that's what I will do, right? If electoralism is necessary to achieve that goal, then that's what I will engage in, right? So holding former right-wingers accountable for their behavior to get them to understand why the harm that they cause is not just you being a misguided child, right? And that accountability comes from acknowledgement of that harm, then that's what I'm going to hold people accountable towards. Right? It stops the grifters. It stops the people from getting on the left, continuing to cause harm to marginalized people, but from a leftist position, right? It stops the people who think that saying slurs is okay just because it's going towards marginalized people on the other side of the aisle, right? Because that's still harm towards marginalized people, right? So maybe the goals are just different. Maybe his goal is making sure that there are just more people numerically on the left. There are more people who call themselves or label themselves as on the left. Where my goal is to protect marginalized people, right? And I only want as many people are necessary for that to happen in the first place, right? Maybe we don't need this person who is, you know, unable to acknowledge the harm that they're causing. We can find somebody else. We can get somebody else. Right? Because I don't think it's an either we grow the left or we protect marginalized people. We don't have to give up both. We can do both. Look at that one TikTok of that guy. We can do both. We can both grow the left and protect marginalized people. We don't need people who are unable to understand and acknowledge the harm that they cause. We don't need people who are unwilling to apologize for that harm. We don't need people who are, and we don't need to center their perspectives. We just don't. And I'm not going to. So if people are being a little bit meanie bobini to you because of the fact you voted for Trump, you got to eat that. You got to accept that. That's where the anger comes from. Because that anger is necessary to holding people accountable.
Get us more votes in the future. Like you, and again, you can disagree with that point, but like, you have to understand the point you're disagreeing with. And then he goes on, and I start to see where the sort of comprehension issue or the misalignment starts to make sense.
While we're at it, who the f is us?
So this very pointed way of trying to make it about race, which he does again later on.
You can play the role of the kind brown guy.
But it is about race. That's who MAGA has directly targeted. Unless I'm mistaking the problem.
But while you're doing it, I don't want to hear that word we and us come out of your mouth.
Feels like a sort of strategic, tactical thing you're doing to galvanize a very specific voice in America against me because, you know, I don't know, everyone's still mad about...
He's not American, though. We're talking about the Make America Great Again movement. As in, like, the harm that is caused towards Americans, right? Like, the harm that these people, when she dehumanizes, and her community of MAGA people dehumanizes black people, he's not affected by that directly, right? He's not in the communities. He doesn't live in the states, in the cities with these people, right? The most they got in the UK is a couple of nut jobs who fly there for a vacation, who are like, man, I love Trump or whatever. Like, we gotta live with these people. They have bigger problems, yeah.
With American content creators.
So again, unless he does live in the US, unless he does live in the US and I'm mistaken, right? But this is kind of, if he doesn't, an A-B conversation that he can see his way out of. We're talking about American dynamics. This is an American content creator talking about how her family, Americans, are hateful and bigoted and racist, and the Make America Great Again movement. And she left that movement because of the harm that movement was causing other Americans. And then the black Americans, who are some of the most chiefly impacted by that rhetoric, are talking about not forgiving her because her rhetoric of her family, the Make America Great Again movement, harms them directly. And this guy, he's freaking British man, is like, well, actually, y'all should be nicer to her. And people were like, bro, who are you? Who are you in this conversation? You know what I mean? What's up, Open Presents? Hello, you're all good. It's giving devil's advocate for the sake of being a contrarian, not a good faith at all. Yeah, it's just so weird. Because when he says, like, is this strategically advantageous for us, getting us votes? Who is us? It would be different if he lived in America. Who is us? Who is we? Getting us votes. You're not from here. You're not a part of this conversation. How are you going to dictate how black people who have to deal with this movement are going to react to this person who voted for Trump 3 times? We're gonna be speaking French? Yeah. To say what happened, he probably saw black Americans hating on Carter Brown. Since he hates black Americans, he decided to make multiple dog whistling videos. Does he hate black Americans? I don't know this person. I have no idea who this person is. But it's so confusing that he's seeing people who are upset at this person who's like, I voted for Trump 3 times, and be like, excuse me, I do not live here, nor do I go to this school. But have y'all considered that you're being too mean to her? And it's like, how are you going to tell us if we're being too mean to her? He pretends like he doesn't, but every time I see it, he's beefing with black Americans. It's so confusing. The MAGA movement has an impact on other movements in countries worldwide, but it's not the same as MAGA impacting the people in those countries directly. Yeah, but also, and I will understand that if he's not saying like, oh, is this strategically advantageous for us? You know, will it get us more votes? Like you can say that very easily, right? From a position of somebody who is indirectly affected by it instead of people who are directly affected by it.
The BAFTAs, I wasn't talking about that. You only have to pay attention to the words I'm saying in the video that you stick. Here you go. Here in the moment, I just want to win. I just want to win a few elections, both in the US and the UK and Europe. I was at no point talking about race. I was just talking about politics and winning elections. I don't know how you're confused by that. Just to be clear, I had to add
but like again, who is we? This is the American movement. She votes in America. We vote in America. We have to deal with the consequences of this election here. Directly. Blood wants to be on the team so bad. Talk about fish and chips or something. Because again, might I remind you, he inserted himself into this conversation, right? It was this one lady who was like, I voted for Trump 3 times, right? But I promise I'm trying to be less racist. And then people being like, yo, we don't really forgive you. That's crazy. And he's like, out of nowhere, right? Out the rafters being like, hey, I'm here now. Please listen to me. This is why all of you black people who are calling her out are wrong.
Yeah, because I don't know. The us is just people who aren't right wing. Now, he does this multiple times in the video to create a narrative that I'm not selling, but the most egregious one, I think, is here. There are a bunch of people who were once MAGA who were like slightly seeing the exit door, and then they see how horrible it is, and we're like, stop decentering yourselves. I'm like, is that useful right now?
Yes.
Yes! That's very useful! That's extraordinarily useful! You have to take your dirty shoes off before you walk into our house. He's saying like, yeah, but people like look into here and like, they come to our house and our door and they're like, what are all these rules, bro? I can't kill people. I can't steal from other people. I have to take my dirty shoes off. It's like, yes, these rules are to protect the house. You're like, hey, our rules are turning some people away. Can we just take the rules down? And you're like, come in here with your guns and your knives and stab whoever you want to and walk around with your muddy shoes. Now I'm living in a house that has mud on the floor and stuff when like, now I gotta deal with that. You know what I mean? You're freaking tracking pollen in the house and I'm allergic to it. Yes, a little bit of housekeeping is definitely necessary to protect the people who are currently in the house. People who are trying to find sanctuary in the house. The world sucked out there. It sucks and it's bad. And it's good that more people are realizing how bad and how much it sucks to be out there and not in this house here. But a little bit of gatekeeping, just to make sure, just for the extent, so they understand the rules of the house. 1, don't cause harm to people in the house. 2, leave your outside dirt and baggage at the door. 3, put the toilet seat down and then you can come in. You know, they get the rules. They get the bare bones rules. And then people are getting mad at what the rules are. People are getting upset that they have to say, I'm sorry for causing harm to the marginalized people. I don't think it's difficult. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I'm insane for thinking that.
So quickly, just to interject, I asked the question, is it useful? Tell me where he answers the question, is it useful? Not how do I feel, is this useful?
Yes, it is useful. Since you want to frame everything as a question all the time, I'll answer it for you. Yes, it's useful. When a white woman like Carter has the guts to say you guys need to stop beating people while they're down, it is important. It is useful to tell people like her, you're not the one that's down right now.
Why?
Yes, because it holds them accountable. It's so simple. It stops them from coming into our space holding on to wrong beliefs. It stops them from harboring these beliefs that are damaging and then coming in here and messing everything up. Yes. It's useful. There is usefulness to being like, hold on. Is you really good? Right? Are you really about it? So that we're not giving all of our attention to grifters. So we're not promoting people who are grifting to the top of the leaderboard or of the movement. Yes, it's useful. There is a usefulness into interrogating people's belief systems. You know what I mean? I don't know how that's crazy. I can't give a better analogy for that.
Why? I agree, by the way. She's a hypocrite. She's a moron. Why is it useful? You haven't said why.
The people that your vote has gotten kidnapped and bombed and killed, they're the ones that are down.
Yes, that's my point. I guess ultimately it's a real privilege that we have online to kind of go and look at her and go, oh, whatever, or preach to her something. It's like, I'm just...
they're the privileged people are the people who are... Okay, yeah, the privileged people are the black people who are like, I don't forgive you. That's a real privilege. Man, y'all are really privileged. You're not even from here. You don't even go here. You don't even go here. Gosh darn it. Focus on yourself. Yeah, bro, we should check our privilege for not liking the fact that people with the actual privilege have weaponized that privilege over us. It's literally like when the bully hits you, right? And you stand up to fight back and they're just like, a teacher's like, whoa, stop. You were about to hit her. You're like, yeah, she hit me. He's like, doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, she may have attacked you and harmed you, but like, what you have to understand is that they're the small bean baby about it. It's literally what happened to a black girl at a school. There was a white girl who was dogging on these two Muslim students, like literally punching them in the face. People were laughing and joking at it. And then a black girl stepped in, pulled her off, and started, laying into her. The teacher showed up in 2 seconds. There was 15 seconds. 15 seconds of this white girl beating up these two Muslim students, right? And then the black girl pulls her off, starts hitting her within 2 to 3 seconds. A teacher appears, operates out of nowhere, being like, stop. Why are you hitting her? Right? And then somebody's like, well, was it really useful to really hit her? Was that really useful to hit her? It's like, yeah, she's not gonna do it again. She's not gonna do it again. She's learned a lesson here from that. And she's not the victim. She was the perpetrator. And she got like 1% of what she was dishing out back at her. Right? Now, extrapolating that analogy to this, right? If you were a part of the MAGA movement, you were causing harm to people, marginalized people. And if you're like, okay, I'm done causing harm, they are under no obligation to forgive you, number one. And number two, it is strategically useful to criticize them because it makes sure it interrogates their beliefs to make sure that the beliefs are valid. You got to walk through the coals to get to the other side. Right? After you get past this, after you get over this hurdle of being chastised, being criticized, and if you're still ready to continue, then it will show that you're genuine. It's a test of faith. It is. If criticism or anger makes them change back, it was never real. Yeah. If you're like, oh, people on the left are so mean to me because I have to reckon with my actions, therefore I'm going to be a right winger now, then you were never really about it in the first place. And people were right to criticize you. If you don't change back, their anger was still valid, but you've demonstrated that you are actually committed to the cause. I don't understand how this is difficult to understand. It's very, very simple to understand. In the grander scheme, this is like the U.S. and Iran. U.S. can attack at will, but as soon as Iran retaliates, it's bad in terrorism. Yes.
People whose these policies are harming the most. I'm just
the black people you're talking to, Jamal.
To kind of go.
He's telling black people they're privileged because they don't forgive this white girl who was a MAGA person.
And look at her and go, oh, whatever, or preach to her something. It's like, I'm just thinking about the people whose these policies are harming the most. I'm just thinking
the people who are mad at her.
Whose these policies are harming the most. We are expressing concern about the same people.
Us, Jamal, not you. The people you're talking about are the people you are responding to right now. The people you are talking about are the people you are addressing right now. The people you are talking about are the people that you are criticizing right now, right? They're the same group of people. The people who are mad at her are the people who are most harmed by these policies in the first place. You are not. You are positioning like this is two separate people talking about a group of working class people down here who are harmed by this. No, Jamal, that's us. That's we. Bro saw a black man with a camera and a microphone at Sure SM7B and was like, oh, well, he can't have been harmed by MAGA policies. No, Jamal, he is harmed by the policies that she stood by. That's the person. Maybe he thinks the harm people are some mystical, destitute caricature of the black community that doesn't use the internet. Yes, essentially, actually. Yes, legitimately.
Just asking questions about strategy, and you seem to think I'm telling people how they should or shouldn't feel. Where are you getting that? I'm just asking that when you look at social justice movements of the last 100 years, yeah, anger is of course a part of them, but they ultimately are driven and get over the line because of ruthless strategic decisions.
No, actually. They are funded and fueled by anger. They are. They're not fueled by centering the perspective of the white person. They're not. They're fueled by anger and the centering of marginalized voices, right? And it's making people care about them by pushing those voices to the front. That's what it is. That's why Martin Luther King is one of the front runners or the spokespeople for the civil rights movement, and not like freaking, I don't know, what's his face? Bernie Sanders, who was marching alongside Martin Luther King. His fans will never let us forget it. Right? Would the I Have a Dream speech have been more impactful coming from a white guy speaking about black people? Or is centering the people who are the subject of the movement, right, over the comfort of the white people who are just getting along just coming along the way, more important? You got arrested, Sean? Don't you understand there's a photo? Yeah. Most of these people would say yes. And yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong. They're incorrect. They are incorrect. And this is an example of white people getting credit for when black people do shit. You know what I mean? See, the civil rights movement was because white people finally learned, and it's because we have white people on our side. It's just them getting credit for black people, right, presenting their own humanity in the first place. But the win is not actually change. The win is just, winning over more white people.
Google Claudette Colvin. Why did the civil rights movement not support Claudette Colvin? My best friend, every time she tried to get into Palestine to do...
Wait, that's a bad thing, though. Like he's talking about the here. He's talking about the fact that Rosa Parks basically took her idea and, like, it sounds malicious, but like they took what happened to Claudette and then they repackaged it for Rosa Parks because Claudette was pregnant at the time. One of his deleted replies said that by be kinder, he meant ignore, and that it's just miscommunication because he's British. That's his strategy, by the way. He said that he means like ignore former right-wing people and just let them exist. Like, we can acknowledge the work without giving so much of a spotlight and losing focus, and because it's unproductive. Yeah, but like, again, I'm not sitting here. Even if it is unproductive, I'm not gonna sit here and chastise black people for feeling that type of way in the first place. You know what I mean? And this is so crazy for somebody that I'm mutuals with from a while ago. Nobody on the internet talks about politics, actually cares about gaining political power. They just want to say catchphrase and get a few likes. Like, this is from black people, bro. You're white. Stay out of black people's business. I hate white progressives, bro. I cannot stand white progressives. Cannot stand them. These are the people that are the most harmed by these policies in the first place. That's why they're the most angry. You're not harmed by these policies in the same way. That's why you get to be objective and you can look at things with a bird's eye view, and you can look at the wider strategy of gaining political power. Because you don't have that anger. You're not affected in the same way. Right? And the idea that black people are all just angry monsters who don't care or know about gaining political power is also insane. You're only here because black people did and fought for the rights of everybody. Black people are consistently the people who are on the most cutting edge of progressivism. Always, always.
This is way before what was going on now. Do you think that when the Israeli border guards were asking her what her feelings were on the Israeli government, that it was fair and just for her to express her anger? Yes, it was. Was it strategically the right move? No, it wasn't. Anyway,
why are you criticizing and chastising what a Palestinian is doing in Palestine? He's like, well, actually, from my British perspective, it feels as though you were at a strategic disadvantage and you should have used your strategic positioning to position yourself as a lover of Israel, so you were not kidnapped and captured by them. Is that not insane? Is that not an insane thing for you to say? Is it not weird for you as a complete third-party entity that's not harmed by these policies to dick swing about how much your strategy would have been so much better, where you don't have to live under that reality? That's crazy. That is a crazy thing to say about marginalized people. To be completely outside of the situation and be like, well, you know, okay. You know what it is, chat? It's the same thing that white people say about black people when they interact with police. You know? It's like, well, why didn't you, George Floyd, strategically just comply with the officers? Right? Sure, they were violating your rights. Why didn't you just sit down like a good boy and just comply with the officers strategically? Why didn't you just do that? Why did you express your anger in that way? That was not very strategically useful. Insane. Insane. An insane person, bro. An insane person. I would just do what they say because I have nothing to hide. That's basically what he's saying here. That's actually exactly what he's saying about one of his assumedly Palestinian friends.
What's going on now? Do you think that when the Israeli support Claudette Colvin, my best friend, every time she tried to get into Palestine to do charity work, obviously this is way before what was going on now, do you think that when the Israeli border guards were asking her what her feelings were?
Oh wait, maybe his friend is not Palestinian. Maybe that's what it is. So maybe he's talking about like his white friend who wants to get into Palestine and did charity work. Maybe that's what he's saying. So he's not even talking about like centering the marginalized people themselves.
That it was fair and just for her to express her anger. Yes, it was. Was it strategically the right move? No, it wasn't. Anyway, I don't want to pick this apart with you because I don't trust your intentions. If other people want to disagree with that sentiment, go and disagree with that sentiment on that other video. I would just love to know, did you misunderstand what I was saying, or did it serve your interests to just misrepresent it because it would get you more engagement?
Ugh, this guy is so pompous. Where's the other video at?
We all know who the greatest boy band of all time is, right? What's the problem with American content creators? I actually don't think there's a problem with American content creators, but as a lot of you know, there's been a bit of a pattern that's been forming over the last 12 months, and I think we've had a little bit of a breakthrough, all because of this video from this creator that I'll show you in just a moment. I'm not sure the issue is with either of us. I think the issue is with the Atlantic Ocean and what keeps getting lost over it, particularly when British people talk. The question then, of course, becomes why do you
stay in a British person's place. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that makes me anti-British. Stay in a Brit's place. You do not get to police how Black Americans talk about issues that happen in America to Black Americans. You don't have to live here. You don't go to the school.
We'll talk so much about American politics, and I'll get to that at the end, for sure. Some of you will have seen that I got a lot of backlash after talking about the Carter Brown video. Do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown? This was a former MAGA voter. She voted 3 times for Trump. You know, as I said in previous videos, I'm not a fan of her, but I essentially was saying, like, is there any use? What's the strategic use, you know, in actually going after this lady?
Well, okay,
I was asking about
first of all, what gives you the right to ask Black Americans about their political strategy? Fuck you, all right? No one cares what you have to say. You are completely irrelevant to this discussion. Black Americans can speak about however angry they want to be about the people who harm them amongst themselves without you butting your way into our conversations. All right? Stay in a Brit's place. Stay in a Brit's place. Number 2, it is strategically. I make stuff strategically and politically. It is strategically beneficial to do so, as I've already described. But 3, we don't have to explain ourselves to you. Stay in your place.
Political strategy. I'm still asking about political strategy. But there was a response video from a creator that I'm sure you all saw that reframed that conversation as if I was specifically telling people how they should feel about an issue, like I was policing their anger.
But you are. Because when if you see their anger and your response is your anger productive? You are policing their anger. What is he talking about? That's exactly what you were doing. Yes. You see people's anger and you're like, well, is this really a productive anger that you have about this person right now? Yes, you are trying to police their anger. I don't know how else you can describe that. You are objectively policing their anger.
Don't piss me off.
That's not what I was doing. Then the situation gets more complicated because the responses didn't just disagree with my argument. They didn't really address the argument at all. Instead, the entire conversation got reframed through race. It was suggested that when I was saying things like we or us, that I was speaking to like black culture in general. I wasn't. I'm just still talking.
Yo! Anonymous gifted for the 100 gifted subs. That's crazy. Huge W. I don't know where we're at. 13 something? 14 something? 13 something. Dang, we dropped a lot of subs recently. But now we're back up. Now we're back up to 1366. W.
About political coalitions. But once that conversation was framed through race, everything I said...
What do you mean it was framed through race? The conversation is about race, bro. Talking about MAGA and the impact that MAGA has is a conversation about race. Did you watch Joelle Jones' video? He tagged her and he's replying to her.
Interpreted through that very lens.
She comes up in this video later on, I think.
And then in a follow-up video, he pulled...
On-screen sub count? No, this is what it always is.
Pulled up an old clip of mine.
You're not familiar with Jamal Burkmar?
Michael B. Jordan's performance was not as good as Timothy's.
Free knows thank you for the 6 months with Prime. Chat, you know your Primes are free, by the way. And then Anonymous thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Huge W. It basically hit that 1,000. It'll change when I get. I change it once I hit 2,000 subs. So, and once I drop under 1,000 subs, it'll change to going away. I think. I think that's how we did that. What's it comment? Kamehameha Dragon Ball Z. Father son Kamehameha Cell Saga. Yeah. I
was about to go get the Henny.
Oh, Merchant, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Has some ever been honest? Yeah. One time. When I actually hit 999 out of 1,000 subs. And then 1,999 out of 2,000. So twice. Anyway, let's continue.
That's all you need to know.
Like, that has absolutely nothing to do with the discussion. And to me, it feels like a very clear signal, right? Because at that point, the conversation is no longer about the original argument. And it is just about rallying a very specific, particular kind of interpretation of who I am and what I represent. But anyway, that's not the breakthrough. The breakthrough was a different content creator.
I don't think you have a deep enough understanding of the kind of person in the United States
who took Miriam thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. Much appreciated. Huge W chat. You know, my ads got turned off because of Twitch this month or this week. So I do appreciate all the subs and stuff.
says some of the things that you say.
Her argument, and it's really brilliantly made, I'll put the video in the description so you can see it, is essentially that a lot of people outside the US, a lot of content creators, will accidentally walk into and trigger American political dog whistles without even knowing it. And that made something really click
so
for me
maybe
because ultimately,
stay in a Brit's place. Leave us alone. Stop talking about us and our issues. AP Shark is able to get this up as well. Much appreciated.
there are huge cultural differences between how political language works in the US and how political language works in the UK. When I talk about politics, I talk about strategy or elections or whatever, I'm thinking about Jeremy Corbyn. And I know that most Americans won't know the full story there, and that's fine, I don't expect you to, but in the UK, he's the perfect example of a man with strong ideas. He's a good person. He's further left of Bernie Sanders. I adored the man. He was a terrible politician. He was never going to win. British politics is really weird. You know, he didn't wear a tie once and it became a scandal. He didn't sing the national anthem and it once became a scandal. There is literally a Wikipedia page called the Ed Miliband Bacon Sandwich Photo.
He's a respectability politics loser. That's what he's doing. He's just doing respectability politics. He's like, what are the optics of this? He doesn't understand, this is why he's dumb, right? He doesn't understand the fact that when you engage only with optics, you know what I mean? When you engage only with optics or process, right, or just the status quo, you're never going to be on the cutting edge of actually getting anything done. You know, you're just like, well, optically speaking, you know, we have to get Joe Biden because he's more presidential than his progressive alternatives.
Because the way he ate a sandwich on TV was considered like devastating to his sort of perception in UK politics. We have these tiny, ridiculous optic moments that become
that's again a perfect example of him not knowing about America, bro. Obama's tan suit, Zohra Mamdani eating with his hands on the subway, Obama eating with his hands in a restaurant, like breaking burger. Like Obama got criticized for how he ate, how he walked, how he talked, how he dressed. And those became, he brings up Obama, but flippantly, but that's the same thing. How is he going to say it's any different? He's going to say, oh, but it's different because we're the UK and therefore it is different. You know what I mean?
Huge political narratives over here. Do you remember when they were going after Obama for wearing the tan suit? Over there, yeah, it was like a bit of a news story. Over here, political career done.
No, it wasn't a bit of a news story. He doesn't know how these things work because he's not American. And he doesn't care to learn how things work. It was not a little news story. They were trying to get him kicked off the office. They were trying to take him down, like legitimately. They try to throw him in jail every week. Dog, they claimed that he couldn't run for president because he wouldn't show his birth certificate because he was a secret Muslim African. And that he wasn't a real American. They ran that line for years after he was elected. The current president was running Obama birth certificate lines. They're trying to get Obama for living in Hawaii. Yeah, they're like, that's not even America. They still think that for real? Yeah, so like, again, this is an example of him not understanding. This is a perfect example of him not understanding this dynamic. Right? He's trying to position the UK as like unique or special here. Right? That gives him special insights when talking about American politics, but it doesn't. It just shows how clueless he actually is. You know what I mean? And it's crazy.
I asked those questions about messaging or strategy. That's the sort of background to the way that I talk about things. And unfortunately, we have to accept that we do have radically different backgrounds in between our sort of political ways of talking. The truth is, I think a lot of us learnt this recently because of the BAFTAs discourse.
It's been striking the difference in the reaction among particularly kind of, you know, people on the left, progressives, liberals, whatever you want to call them, in the UK and the US on this issue.
So even now, a lot of us are still learning just how much
Yeah,
of
I mean,
American
that part of it is
political-
because like y'all are not black Americans. Being black in the UK while you experience white supremacy is different than living in the country that, you know, was the progenitor of chattel slavery. So I don't know, maybe it's a little bit different. Here, here's this guy's take on the BAFTAs. It's the probably the same thing of like, you know, stupid Americans don't understand Tourette's, and black people who are getting mad at it are, you know, too soft and sensitive, and it's just a word or whatever.
discourse is shaped by race. The only problem I have is when people assume my intent, which Jamila did not do with her video at all. But there are people in her comments who are doing that. The previous content creator did that multiple times. People have to remember, like, I only got on TikTok a year ago. I didn't even really have a Twitter account before this. I am not shaped by online discourse. I am still talking like someone who is talking to someone at the dinner table.
Yeah, and you would be wrong about that. Chat, I remind you. He's in America's business, bro. Stay out of America's business. He literally was yelling at and addressing black people, not even just black people, marginalized people in America who got mad at a white woman who voted for Trump 12 times. He stepped in and was like, actually, strategically, you're not allowed to be mad at her if you actually care about growing the left. Because strategically, that is not actually a good idea. And then people would turn to him being like, bro, who are you? Who are you? He's like, is it actually good strategy to get mad at this 36-year-old child? That's why we saw black people say it and decided not on my watch.
Not sort of performing in a digital kind of battlefield. You know, the only thing about me that you could maybe critique is the hooks to my video. But yeah, that's part of what I do. I like to grab attention and then do something with it. The only question I think really
also,
matters
I hate his
to answer
pompous
here is
attitude. He positions himself like he's above this, you know? Guys, you just don't understand my overarching themes, right? You don't understand the goal that I have with my my content. It is a very British thing. It is a super British thing. It's so pompous. I hate it. I hate it so much. And it kind of shows why he's talking to like the American audience like they're stupid. He's like, well, you must not just understand where we're coming from over here. You know, over here, it's a big scandal if you don't wear a tie. And it's just like, no, you're just doing respectability. You're just defending respectability politics that we've already rejected, right? He's defending the fact that like over here, you don't understand. Things get so bad if you don't wear a tie. And we're like, yeah, we have that over here too, but it's a bad thing. He's like, but you don't get it. It's worse over here. You know what I mean? And that's it. It's always just about, it's just this pompous attitude that he has. It comes across as so gross and nasty and gross.
How do we get involved in American political discourse? And ultimately, I think that's a really silly question. The news that you're all going through right now with Iran, where those missiles landed, they were shot through British air bases. Your politics affect the way.
That's not the point, though. But you're defending those politics. We're criticizing those politics. We are directly affected by this. We are directly affected by the MAGA movement. You are indirectly affected by it. We are directly affected by it. So we are the people who are best equipped to be talking about the direct results of somebody who voted for that, right, movement, or somebody who supported that movement. You're defending them. So even if you are affected by it, you are defending that movement and the people in it. And we're criticizing it. It's just so stupid.
It affects everybody. Your elections affect our economies. Your foreign policy affects the wars that we get involved in. So whether people like it or not, American
first of all, that's because your politicians are spineless cucks. So maybe deal with that problem before coming to us. Listen, you don't have to be involved in what we got going on. You know what I mean? If your politicians weren't cucks to America. So maybe fix that problem first. And then come here chastising the American left. Why don't you? We are trying, not hard enough, I guess.
becomes, unfortunately, a part of our political landscape too. And so let me make this finally clear. When I said, do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown? I think a lot of people over in the States were hearing me say, can we coddle this woman? Can we make her the center of the movement? Can we bring
That sounds like coddling to me.
her in? Can we let her hijack it? Can we put all our effort into letting these people grow? Can we do more?
That's, yeah.
Labor than we've been doing so far, even though I never said any of those things.
No, that's basically the same thing, bro. He just named a bunch of synonyms. He just named a bunch of synonyms. He's saying like, see, I think people are misunderstanding me, right? They're misunderstanding me. They think when I said that we should jump on their graves, that I'm saying that we should leap on their graves, or we should stomp on their graves, or that we should moonwalk on their graves, or that we should do a backflip on their graves, or we can do a front flip on their graves. No, I didn't say any of that. It's like, yeah, but you said we should jump on their graves. I think that's pretty analogous. I think that's close enough, personally, to extrapolate that you were kind of saying all of those things, actually. That's kind of the thesis, the underlying point of the video, right? He's getting mad at people not understanding his arguments, and now he's trying to take a literalist approach to his language. Like,
I'm understanding now why it landed that way, but that's never what I meant. So I'm going to tell you from a political UK discourse, when I said, do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown?
There's no we here. Stay in your place over there. That's the point. There's no we. There is no we. There is us. Right? So maybe stop talking about things that don't involve you. You being nicer to Carter Brown and you bringing Carter Brown in or whatever isn't going to make the movement better because you're not a part of this movement.
I just mean, can we ignore this lady?
That's
What's the
not
problem
what
with
you
America?
said. That's not what you said. No. You can't take a literalist approach to what you were saying before by being like, well, then I meant, can we ignore this lady? That's not what you said. It's 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 not what you said. Anyway, let's go back and watch this video one more time.
You know, I thought it would be.
Fuck no. Shut your.
Do we need to be a little kinder to Carter Brown?
You know, I thought it would be.
Fuck no. Shut your bitch ass up.
Listen, I like being right as much as the next person, but I also want to win. And I think so far I'm seeing a lot of videos and stitches that are helpful, but there's some people who are like relishing in kind of her tears and also telling her to shut up.
Shut the fuck up. She's not sorry. This is not work that needs to be done. She's not so much as talking about the next election. She's not talking about the midterms. She's simply talking about how, oh yeah, I've had lunch with other MAGA people. She's probably still in MAGA, for all we know. You do not get to come to the people that you hurt. You voted for this man 3 fucking times. You do not get to come to the people that you hurt and just say, hey, sorry guys, can you just forgive me? Man, I've seen some of the comment section. You should see the damn comment section. And the thing is that you are a brown person. I do not know your ethnicity. I'm not going to sit here and ask for it. But truthfully, you are a brown person. She'll skin you alive. And you talking about some ask her for her forgiveness. Big dog, she wait for people like you. She waits for the contrarians like you to act like you give a fuck. So that she could do this shit again in the next election. Make sure that she shows her ballots next election. During the midterms, she needs to show all of her ballots. We'll know if she's MAGA then.
Do we need to be a little
Yeah. Anyway, that was the widest conversation on this side of TikTok drama that I saw. We can watch some more Carter videos and just, I don't know. I think it's so weird how we center people like this, you know? We highlight growth over like, you know, insightfulness, intelligence, right? Articulation. It's just the idea of growth that we love so much on the left. You know? Is she in Love Is Blind? I don't think she's in Love Is Blind. Her Chloe said, "Don't expect her to vote for Democrats. She isn't leftist. She's not even a liberal." You know what I mean? She's apolitical. She said it would be part of any politics.
I'm aware that my tears cause more harm to the people that I have already harmed. I didn't know that that was a thing until it was lovingly put in front of me, and sometimes not so lovingly put in front of me. But the thing is I'm appreciative that it was made aware to me, because when would I have possibly learned about decentering myself? Months from now? This is why I am sharing my journey online. I am welcoming every single mistake that I make because I want to learn and be better. Again, I can't imagine when I would have had someone tell me, be like, hey, you know, you're kind of, you're centering yourself here. You need to decenter yourself.
The funniest part is she's centering herself by doing this. The funniest part is she's literally centering herself by doing this. Like, again, like this is internalized effort that you could take in your own time, on your own, with the people that you know in your personal life. And if you don't know any Black people, brown people, trans people, queer people, go find some. And they can walk you through this. You get a lot more grace in person than you'll get online. You know? Like, just go talk to people there. But it's still always about, I mean, it looks like Pac-Man. This is true. This is a bad frame to pause her on.
I have never seen anyone comment that on my videos before. And honestly, I don't know if I would have received it well back then. And so I'm glad that I received it when I did, because you're right. This is where I'm at in my journey where I need to decenter myself. I do not need to cry like that anymore. Sure, there are things that will cause me to be emotional, but I do not need to cry and show shame for.
This gives like white people in like 2017. So to be fair, she's going through the normal motions. She's in her the Shiki area, you know? She's like freaking Nancy Pelosi with the kente cloth. Now. She's in that era. So just because in person you can't grift some journey story, that's true.
Dilemma_Emma_just
Dilemma Emma, thank you for the
subscribed.
6 months.
I'm sorry for doing this thing, and to prove it to you, I'm doing a meta version of that thing.
Yeah. This is the exact same thing. Just without the tears now. Yeah.
Or the harm that I have caused, because when I do that, it causes further harm.
I love her, like, her reading theory is just Black TikTok commenters. She was like, I didn't know about the concept of decentering myself until somebody put that in my videos. Thanks, guys. Put your favorite parts of Black theory in the comment section right now. Like, you can read a book. It's okay. You can go out of your way to put the phone down and just engage with, like, you know, Black theory itself. You don't have to go online and be like, this is what I'm doing, so that people can correct me, so that I can learn and grow from it, you know? But it's whatever, you know? At least she's not like, I'm a right-winger anymore.
I'm aware to that now. I did not know that. And again, this is why I'm sharing online, because I want to deconstruct at warp speed. I believe time is of the essence. I do not believe we have the luxury for some people to deconstruct over a decade, over their entire lives. I will be deconstructing my entire life. However, learning about things like decentering yourself, I'm appreciative that I learned now, because I need to be able to do that.
Okay.
3 months.
I can't even feel too bad for her, bro. I can't hate on her too much. It feels very 2017 white person. Like, she's 2 seconds away from like going out with a cloth and a bowl of water to wash black people's feet. You know what I mean? And I would rather go back to that part of wokeness. You know, take me back there. Take me back there. So, you know, it's whatever. It's fine. Maybe we should be nicer to that it's woke 3.0. Yeah, it's such a funny thing to be like it's so interesting to see nowadays. It's just like, guys, I'm on my journey, so please follow me on my journey and buy my course, but also I'm still learning myself.
Months ago, I probably would not have been able to hear that. However, I believe everything happens for a reason. And so I'm glad that I made the video that I did. Is it being spread like wildfire? Can I not even keep up with the comments and the stitching videos and all of that? No, I really can't. I'm in the middle of a move right now. And again, you just never know what's gonna hit. And in my mind, I still have a small social media following online. 3 months ago, I had under 1,000 followers on TikTok, and a month ago, I had less than 6,000 followers on Instagram. This has been an adjustment for me, and I'm learning and I'm committing to being better. I hear you, and I do not want to cause further harm, and this is why I feel like this.
Bro, she's gonna start the next. She's gonna start the next video with a land acknowledgement. Chat. This is why Woke 3.0 is here, bro. Woke 3.0 is here. She's gonna start the next video with a land acknowledgement. She got a little bit of pressure and she was like, "You're right. You're so right. I need to decenter myself." I'm telling you, bro. This is in direct contrast to what this guy was talking about. He's like, we need to be nicer to her, and she's like, "No, be meaner to me, please. We need to be more mean to people like me, because I need to learn to decenter myself." I'm telling you. There's something there. So don't listen to anybody who tells you, you know, you have to be nice to former right-wingers, right? We're in woke 3.0. We're being dark woke to the former right-wingers as well. That's it. Because it does change minds. This is an example. If anybody ever asks you an example of when is being mean to former right-wingers effective, this is an example. What is the difference between 3.0 and 2.0? So you have woke 1.0, which is just like, woke 1.0 was already black people being mean to right-wingers. It's like you are woke, you are aware to systems, and you won't basically take no back talk, right? That transition to this transitionary phase, woke 1.1 to dark woke, where white people took it and was like, yeah, we love black people. Yeah, right? It made it cringe. You know, it made it cringe. And then you had dark woke that was basically like, we're going to be mean to right-wingers. But then simultaneously also be like, we need to be nice to former right-wingers because we want them to change and grow. So if you're a right-winger, we need to be mean to you because of dark woke, but be nice to you because we don't want to like change your mind. You know? Woke 3.0 is going back to original woke 1.0, which is just be mean to right-wingers and former right-wingers and hold people accountable so that they continue to grow. Boom. Woke 1 was overly performative. That's not true. Fake news. Woke 1 was, this is my take. There's no difference between woke 1 and like woke 2. Dark woke and being mean to people was a part of woke 1. It was a part of woke 1. Black people were woke 1. Woke 1 was performative, man. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. Woke came from black people. It was created by black people and then commodified by white people. If anything, the performative version of woke was woke 2. And at this point, like dark woke be woke 3. Woke 1 was like not performative. It was a real movement of consciousness being spread through Black people. You know? Am I wrong to remember woke mean you were spiritually awakened? It came from there. That's etymology tracing back to there. Now you're talking about woke 0 before the Instagram black boxes, but it's not woke 0. That's woke 1. That's the first utilization of woke in a political context. We're not zero indexing woke. That's not happening. Wrong. They don't understand woke 2.0. I do. Yes, 2.0 does not accept bullshit. This is bullshit. So we are stuck. Victory. Proto woke. No, that's just woke. That's not proto woke. That is woke. That's woke 1. We started woke. Woke was our thing. Proto woke means like the pre woke, but we were the woke. We started. Woke 1 is us. Right? If you want to keep the same thing, we'll say woke 1.0 is us. Woke 1.5 is white people's performative version of it. But we started it. We started it. It was us. We started woke first. So we get woke 1. We get the number 1 first. Yeah, woke alpha. Woke alpha. Right? Woke beta is the white people's commodified version of woke alpha that started just being mean to right-wingers. Black people started by being mean to right-wingers. They were reacted to by people being like, hey, you being mean to right-wingers is actually turning off those right-wingers and you're not growing the movement. That's how white people told the Black people who were a part of woke 1, right? And then it translated by white people stealing the term woke and attaching it to like liberal adjacency, right? Where in woke beta or woke 1.5, you have white people who are like, we want to focus on, you know, what marginalized people want, and we're going to stand up for Black people and stand up for trans people and stand up for queer people, right? But in a way that was a little bit cringe. And then woke 2.0 was like, we're reclaiming the word woke. Reclaiming. Black people never changed to use the word woke. You know what I mean? It's just white people being like, we're reclaiming woke from the other white people who stole it from Black people originally to be like, we're doing dark woke, which is just be mean to people. But that's what woke 1 was in the first place. Woke 1 was about being mean to people. It was about being mean to right-wingers. And so now during dark woke era of like woke 3.0 or 2.0, however you want to decide it, right? Was like about being mean to some right-wingers, but also being nice to some right-wingers to bring them in and convert them. You know what I mean? It's hypocritical. Dark woke is hypocritical because you have tweets like, or tweets, you have videos like this video that's like you have to be nice to right-wingers, and then you have videos like this video, which is like bring bullying back, right? So you have Carter Brown saying you have to be nice to right-wingers, and then you have this person being like, we need to bully people more and be dark woke. But they can't exist simultaneously. They're diametrically opposed. You can't simultaneously be mean to right-wingers and nice to right-wingers. You know? Like you have to it doesn't work in that regard.
We're underutilizing a crucial tool of the resistance and we are underutilizing a crucial tool of the resistance, and that is bullying. And of course you don't know how to bully. You're a good person, but don't worry, I'm a bad person. This is kind of vulnerable to admit, but I am a recovering mean girl. I'm a lot nicer now, but I still got that dog in me, and that dog bites. I'm gonna walk you through some tricks of the trade. The first thing you need to know about bullying is that it is not about you. It is about your target. You center yourself from the
right?
narrative.
So it's simultaneously be nice to right-wingers because you want to try to convert them. And that's coming from Carter Brown. But also be mean to right-wingers because you want to bully them, actually. You know what I mean? I have an idea what if you're nice to right wingers and mean to leftists. I mean, that's what dark woke is. But those leftists you're mean to is you're mean to black people. You're nice to right wingers and mean to black people. Right? And so the problem with dark woke, here's the problem with dark woke. The problem with dark woke is this. People say, oh, we're here with dark woke, that is not woke at all. Yeah, here comes that's the issue. That's the problem. The problem with dark woke is the people who subscribe to dark woke will also weaponize the idea of being like too mean to right wingers as a negative against other people on the left, right? So simultaneously, they want to be able to say the R slur, but they'll also yell at a trans person for being off-putting to other right wingers because they're too mean. You know what I mean? They want to to say slurs, and they'll say slurs, and they'll be like mean and bully like right wingers. But then they'll also look at a black person and be like, but you're too mean to right wingers and you're off-putting and you're being too woke. But like you're being too woke 1.0 woke. So they want to be mean to right wingers, but also get mad at other people who are too mean to right wingers. Because they won't, you know what I mean? It's too confusing. Dark woke is hypocritical. That's why I'm starting woke 3. Woke 3 is just going back to being mean to right wingers. All of them. I don't know how we messed this up, bro. It shouldn't be this confusing. If you dehumanize people, you get the smoke. Is that crazy? Just 1.0 remastered? Yes, we're going back to the basics, bro. We're going back to the basics. There's no coddling white people who are racist. There's no centering former Nazis. It's, yo, if you've caused harm and you're causing harm, you get the smoke. So dark woke? No, dark woke runs defense for those same Nazis if they call themselves right wingers, right? Or if they call themselves changed or different. That's the problem with dark woke. It's hypocritical. Dark woke will be like, we need to be mean to right wingers, but also, you're being too mean to right wingers and you're being off-putting to them. That's how you're getting the terms like wrecker or woke scold. You know what I mean? So it's hypocritical. You can't have it both ways. You can't be mean to right wingers, but also you're being too mean to right wingers when you're talking about your own racial issues, So we're just dropping that, all of it, too confusing, too hypocritical. We're going back to the basics, and we're just bringing up woke 1, woke remastered. Eventually get the pre-woke of the Nat Turner 0, if only. Dark woke 3, more slurs, please. No, dark woke 3 has, firstly, it's just woke 3. We're at woke 3. We dropped the dark. All right. People have confused. The council has determined that people have confuse the term dark in dark woke as make fun of people who are dark, as in say slurs. So we understand how that could have been confusing to many people, Kyle Klinsky. So we're actually dropping the dark from the next iteration of woke to just be woke 3.0. Or woke boy never broke again. Or too woke, too furious. Wait. Yeah. Or too fast, too woke. Exactly. So now we're back. Oh, wait, yeah, it's actually 3. So it'd be Wokio Drift. You said the same thing. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yes. Yes. That's so funny. Exactly. Ugh, that's so good. What are we talking about? It is the best one. I didn't read the comment. I actually didn't read the comment. I said it and then my eyes scrolled over and I was like, wait, that's hilarious. That's so funny. That's so good. Anyway, that's what roundabout way of just saying that's the drama I saw on TikTok with Carter Brown. Here, let's see what this person says about it.
I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work.
A lot of people have already addressed in their responses to this idea that deconstruction includes the discomfort. You don't get to just set that part of the deconstruction aside and expect it not to be painful or uncomfortable at points. And I really hope that you have been watching and listening to those responses and taking them to heart. But I want to address another aspect of this video that I have yet to see addressed. And in case you're just someone who's watching and this is your first introduction to this creator posted this video and has been torn apart, let's say, but has also received a lot of empathetic responses because in this video she cried and talked about how difficult it can be as a former MAGA voter, 3-time MAGA voter, to deconstruct.
Bro, she went back for thirds. Like, that's crazy. She went back for third. She was like, bro, I gotta vote for Trump again.
The left is expressing their anger. People have rightfully so called out that this video feels like she is, centering herself, her pain, her experience, her discomfort, when decentering herself has to be part of the deconstruction. She is part of the perpetration of harm. And so demanding that the victims of your harm respond to you or speak to you in a certain way you just don't get to do that. You don't get to make demands of your victims. I understand.
This is literally exactly what I said. She's cooking on this. She's cooking. Exactly. This is the Baptist situation. Not even. I think the Baptist situation was a little bit more up in the air. Where like this is very simple. Like she was 36 years old, right? Voting for Trump for 12 years. You know what I mean? Like, she is a direct cause of harm. And her own ignorance, while can be contextualized, shall not be excused. You know what I mean? She was just a 36-year-old baby. How is Trump not in prison? Oh, don't threaten me with a good time.
The perspective of people who say that we on the left have to be welcoming. We have to be ready to be nice to the people who are deconstructing. We cannot scare them away by, vocalizing our anger, especially when it's coming from people on the left who want to build this coalition and welcome them in. At the same time, while we can have these theoretical conversations about how welcoming we should be, number one, it's not really up to the right to dictate those conversations.
I think Nix is going a little bit insano mode. Hold on. Almost ready, chat. I'll be right back. Be right back. Oh, hey, Nixie. I'm back. If you voted for Trump 3 times, only have to come to terms you made a mistake. It's because something he did finally personally affected you. Yeah, or you're just kind of dumb. But that's Americans for you. So like, if you can change, I still stand by you can change, but you gotta take the licks, bro. If I had to take the licks of white supremacy for 26 years of my life, you can take 2 weeks of being called still racist, bro. You know what I mean? That's my take. That's my take. If I had to accept white supremacy for 26 years of my life, you can take being called racist for a couple months, as you demonstrate your growth. I don't think that's crazy. But I think a lot of white people do think that's crazy because they see themselves in the people who are being called out. Right? Because they're on, wait, I'm on month number 1. So you saying this about her, you're saying that I should be I should be apologizing still. How does being extremely mean to right-wingers, especially ones who seem scared to recognize the harm that they've caused or trying to improve society, actually benefit the movement? It makes sure that they're genuine and they're real. If after a couple of people call you racist online, you go back crying to the right, then fuck you. You know what I mean? And if you don't, then welcome to the movement. It's that simple. When they push them push them to withdraw even further. If you think that black people are subhuman, and you're like, maybe they're not, and then you're met with black people who you're like, hey, I thought you were subhuman, and they say, hey, we don't like you. If that makes you go like, well, they must be subhuman then yeah, you suck. Yeah, you're bad. You haven't actually done any growth or change. If you're willing to throw marginalized people under the bus because they're a little bit mean to you, then maybe you're not as done deconstructing as you think you are. You got to accept that. You got to eat that. Why is the onus always on black people to accept the dehumanization and not on white people to actually demonstrate that they're going to change? It's simple. It's very simple. It's taking your shoes off when you walk into somebody else's house. That's all it is.
To dictate that response. And number 2, even if that were to become the prevailing opinion of people on the left, oh, we should be nice to the people who are abandoning ship. The fact of the matter is,
why is the response often that they have to do their own research? I never said they have to do their own research, but they need to be willing to accept that people will not like them. It's that simple. Nobody is saying, oh, you're a Trump supporter? Go your own way. It's, hey, if you're going to come into this house You have to take your fucking dirty shoes off first. You have to drop that bigotry at the fucking door, because that bigotry that you are holding will hurt the other people in this movement. It's that simple. I'm not saying we need to move fucking mountains. It's very simple. Very simple. It's super simple. It's, hey, if you're going to be in this movement, you have to understand, right? Think about cops, chat. Think about cops. Think about police officers joining a left-wing movement, right? Not cocks. Cops, right? Police officers. Do you think it's fair for some people in the movement to not trust them? If they come in like, I want to join this movement. Do you think that's fair? You'd be like, I don't know. This person was a cop. Literally last week. They were just shooting at us. I'm a little bit wary about trusting them. And they would have to demonstrate that they've actually changed and they've grown before getting full access to the entirety of the movement. Or do you say, hey, you used to be a cop. Let's move you to the front. You know what I mean? Let's give you a microphone. Let's let you speak for the movement right now. Right? Why are we centering the person who was causing the harm? Why are we centering the person, right, who was a part of the harm movement? Or maybe it's not the fact that they can never grow or they can never change. Maybe making sure that they understand why what they did was bad is bad, and the fact that it harms marginalized people is an important step to making sure that they're actually genuine about their change. Because if you don't do that, what's stopping cops from just lying about being a part of the movement, joining the movement to, you know, enrich themselves, garner a lot of support, followers, you know, power, and then not actually using that power to help marginalized people? Some of the people that you've harmed might never trust you, and you got to be fine with that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I think that's impossible to see if you're not a marginalized person. That is impossible to see if you are a part of the hegemon. If you are a part of the oppressing class, right? Where you never even had to experience that, of course you'd be trustworthy of everybody, right? But if you've been a part of the marginalized groups that have been harmed by opening up spaces to people who are non-genuine, you're going to be a little bit more wary about the people you allow in. And it's not that they can never change. It's the fact that some people are not going to want you to be in the movement. Some people are not going to believe that you've changed, and you have to do it anyway. You have to do the work anyway. You have to speak on these issues anyway. You take the licks. Also, don't shoot. I find it convenient that this pivot is happening as Trump would no longer legally run for office. Like, you were an adult during his first term, you knew exactly how this was going to go. Yeah, these people are stupid, though, which we know. And they also know that they're stupid when they come over here most of the time. So.
You're never going to get everyone to feel that way. And there are always going to be people that you harmed that are going to want to express that anger with you. So instead of focusing on policing the behaviors and reactions of the people that you spent years harming, let's maybe focus on deconstruction that doesn't require any specific type of reaction from them. I don't think that you cannot have these moments. I think it's perfectly natural for this process to hurt, for you to have moments where you are feeling sorry for yourself, ultimately. And I even think that there's a world in which you can share those moments publicly without that, you know, getting the same sort of backlash. I mean, you'll always get backlash from someone, but I think that there's a way to have done it that was less centering and more productive. But what this video was actually about, which so many people seem to be missing, is you were responding to someone else's comment. And that other person was talking about how even though they themselves were deconstructing religiously, because of the reactions from the left, they will never join or align themselves with another party, religion, and will never vote blue. They will never speak up about the harm that they helped cause while they were MAGA. They act as though the hate they receive from the left is exactly the same, no different from the hate that people receive from MAGA. And that's simply not true. And you should theoretically know this if you have actually conducted any sort of deconstruction that you're claiming to have conducted. You not only validated the sentiment, which that I can understand because it is a very human sentiment. You also validated the conclusion. And instead of taking the opportunity to speak to that commenter, that person who is claiming to deconstruct but announcing that they are not interested in doing any of the real work, you took that as an opportunity to speak to everyone else, the left, to tell them, see, this is why you should be nice to us. And going, see, if you're not nice to us, we're not gonna do the work, which, by the way, sounds a lot like extortion. The real work isn't you moments.
This is a 10-minute video, bro.
I think it's perfectly natural, really up stand to you or speak to you in a certain way is you just don't get to do that. You don't get to make demands of your victims. I understand the perspective of people who say that we on the left have to be welcoming. We have to be ready to be nice to the people who are deconstructing. We cannot scare them away by, vocalizing our anger, especially when it's
It's just so weird. It's just so weird for people to say that, but also be like pro dark woke. Those two ideas are incongruent in my brain. Maybe it's because I have a small brain. Let me stop. Not on Melanin March. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. You can't simultaneously have the idea that, like, we need to be nice to people. We need to be nice to them because if we're not nice to them, they're going to leave us. But then also, we need to call people slurs again. Bring the slurs back. Those ideas are 100% compatible. They're not. They're not. They're not compatible. You can't say in one lane, bring bullying back. We're bullying right wingers, but then you have to be nice to right wingers. Be nice to our in group. Brutus is the out group. I think they are. No, they're not in the in group though. These people aren't in the in group. They still hold damaging beliefs about black people, brown people, trans people, queer people. Why are we expanding our in group to bring in people who are harmful to us? They're still the out group. They're not a part of this. That's the point. You know, I meant people who now have our beliefs. What are our beliefs? What does that mean? All she said, all this person has said so far is, I think liberals kind of have a point from what we've seen. And that she's left MAGA. That doesn't inherently mean that she's on our side. That doesn't inherently mean that she's done the work to be an ally to us. Right? All I'm saying is that she has to do that work if she wants to be an ally to us. Right? She has to understand that she has caused harm. She has to acknowledge she has caused harm. She has to accept the fact that people won't like her when she has caused harm. Right? And then once she gets past all of that, and she is a part of the movement, one, people may still be upset at her and she has to eat that. Two, her growing is not done yet. It's not changing. Right? But three, people are allowed to be mad. People are allowed to be upset and people are going to be angry. People are going to criticize her. People are going to call her disingenuous. And she has to accept that. She has to eat that. Right? Because the issue with these in-group, out-group dynamics is that what we determine as the in-group is just different depending on what we talk about, right? People like this become the out-group when we want to call them slurs, right? We want to bully them, we want to be mean to them, right? But they become the in-group once like there's legitimate criticism about them and how they agree with how they engage white supremacy. You don't do good to be like, you do it because it's right. Yeah. What are you doing, man?
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Phoenix _ 46,664 just subscribed. It's not a slur to be called a fascist.
Bro, there was just an eggshell underneath my freaking couch. Because I guess Nyx got into the trash at some point. Probably yesterday. And then I guess she hid it under the couch. Maybe? I don't know why she did that. Maybe she wanted to save it for later. But I found it. I'm glad I did. And let's go back to this.
Coming from people on the left who want to build this coalition and welcome them in. At the same time, understand the perspective of people who say that we on the left have to be welcoming. We have to be ready to be nice to the people who are deconstructing. We can't.
I thought it would be.
This is my point.
This coalition,
right? My point is that it just feels like there is a weaponization of like niceties as it pertains to marginalized people. It feels like white people are allowed to be dark woke, but if a marginalized person is, antagonistic towards a right winger, if the marginalized person doesn't believe a right winger has changed, they are being like too woke, right? They're being a woke scold. They're pushing people away. They're being repulsive, right? But when it's a white person does it, and they just use slurs against right wingers, they are weaponizing freaking ableism or whatever against white wingers. It's okay because it's dark wokeness, right? We're bringing bullying back. Pull the meme. This one. I do like this meme. It's funny. It made me laugh. But yeah. That's just how it comes across a lot of the time.
And welcome them in. At the same time, while we can have these theoretical conversations about how welcoming we should be, number one, it's not really up to the right to dictate those conversations or to dictate that response. And number two, even if that were to become the prevailing opinion of people on the left, oh, we should be nice to the people who are abandoning ship. The fact of the matter is, you're never going to get everyone to feel that way. And there are always going to be people that you harmed that are going to want to express that anger with you. So instead of focusing on policing the behaviors and reactions of the people that you spent years harming, let's maybe focus on deconstruction that doesn't require any specific type of reaction from them. I don't think that you cannot have these moments. I think it's perfectly natural for this process to hurt, for you to have moments where you are feeling sorry for yourself, ultimately. And I even think that there's a world in which you can share those moments publicly without that, getting the same sort of backlash. I mean, you'll always get backlash from someone, but I think that there's a way to have done it that was less centering and more productive. But what this video was actually
what
about.
I was saying? No, not really. Right? She's saying to this person, right, you still centered yourself. People are always going to be mad at you. This person was saying, if you're mad at her, shut up because you have no strategy. Right? They're not saying the same thing.
which so many people seem to be missing, is you were responding to someone else's comment. And that other person was talking about how even though they themselves were deconstructing religiously, because of the reactions from the left, they will never join or align themselves with another party.
Like, at the same time, I kind of don't. I feel like everyone deserves redemption, and taking that away from them removes their ability to change. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Being mean to them does not take away their ability to change. They can still change. They can believe different things while people still don't like them, right? The only way to know that they're genuine is if they change despite people not liking them. If they only change because people like them, there's nothing stopping them from changing back when other people like them. You know? If you are at the whims of just what makes you popular, you will never fight for my community or marginalized people in general. You're not. You're not going to. Also, yes, that's exactly what happened with Ethan. I brought Ethan up earlier. That is exactly what happened with Ethan, right? The only way that change is legitimate is if it comes with a little bit of friction. If it comes with a little bit of discomfort. And Ethan never faced that discomfort. Ethan went from being an anti-SJW to being an SJW liberal, quote unquote, with fanfare, with applause. You know what I mean?
This TDRS
So
just subscribed.
it was not a surprise to me. Ghosted RS, thank you for the 14 months. It was not a surprise for me when he did what seemed to be a heel turn on Palestine, because he never demonstrated that he was different. He never really apologized for his past, never really acknowledged the harm that his past has caused. He was just like, I'm a liberal now. And people were like, yeah, guys, he's a liberal now. Leave him alone. You know? I mean, he did get friction, but look at all the people who defended him. I mean, he got more defense than friction is what I mean. Like, I was there calling him out, and people were yelling at me to be nicer to Ethan because he's changed. He's different now. Do we think it was me being mean to Ethan that made him go full Israel genocide defense? You feel me? I just kind of did it too. He was apologized after being welcomed for a while. Yeah, but I said when he was being welcomed, I said, hey, I'm gonna need to see an apology first. I'm gonna need to see something to demonstrate that he's actually different. And then he gave the apology, and I was like, all right. And then since then, he's been moving to actually stand for something, right?
Sub to Fate Spiraling.
And I was like, all right, right? He got a lot of defense. He got a lot of pushback. He got some pushback from me, right? But even past that pushback, he kept it pushing. He was like, I'm still on the left. I'm still standing by this side. You know what I mean? I still stand up for what I think is right. So I'm still here. So I'm like, all right, bet. Right? But for Ethan was like, I'm a liberal now. People were like, yeah, he's a liberal now. And I was like, wait, is he really? And people were like, leave him alone. Leave him alone. Stop being mean to Ethan. Nix, what are you doing? What are you? She's playing with the bottle. She's fine.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
I
live when I believe.
Dorky One just subscribed.
Excuse me. Dorky One, thank you for the 31 months. But that's kind of the point. That's why I asked if the chatter happened to be younger, because this argument wasn't making sense. What argument?
Religion, and will never vote blue. They will never speak up about the harm that they helped cause while they were MAGA. They act as though the hate they receive from the left is exactly the same, no different from the hate that people receive from MAGA. And that's simply not true. And you should theoretically know this if you have actually conducted any sort of deconstruction that you're claiming to have conducted. You not only validated the sentiment, which that I can understand because it is a very human sentiment. You also validated the conclusion. And instead of taking the opportunity to speak to that commenter, that person who is claiming to deconstruct but announcing that they are not interested in doing any of the real work, you took that as an opportunity to speak to everyone else, the left, to tell them, see, this is why you should be nice to us. And going, see, if you're not nice to us, we're not gonna do the work, which, by the way, sounds a lot like extortion. The real work isn't you changing your beliefs. That's what you don't seem to understand.
Unless should be universal, be nice or be mean. Rules all contextual. People should be nicer to me specifically, though. LOL.
The actual important work with any actual impact is going to be undoing the harm. Your beliefs don't matter. They don't. I don't care what dogma you ascribe to. Most people don't. You can believe in whatever you want to believe. It only becomes a problem when you act on those beliefs in a way that's harmful to others. So changing what you believe while
Hold on. Hold on. She's cooking. She's cooking. Exactly. Exactly.
Using to undo the harm that you helped to perpetrate doesn't get you a gold star. So commenters, like the one that you responded to and validated in their conclusion, are misunderstanding what it actually means to do said work. While deconstruction requires sitting in that discomfort, what your victims actually need from you isn't exactly your discomfort. It's your action. And I think just by perusing your profile a little bit, this may be something that you really need to hear. Because based on the few videos I've watched, granted, it is just a few of them, you are spending a lot more time speaking to the left than you are to the right. You're spending most of your time talking to the people who already know all this, trying to get them to understand you. And I'm not saying you can't or shouldn't do that at all. We can all stand to learn what's going on in each other's minds. But getting the left to understand MAGA does a lot less than getting MAGA to understand the left. If you really, really care about undoing the harm that you did, you need to spend less time convincing us to forgive people like you and to be nice to people like you, and spend more time speaking to MAGA and talk to them about why not only what they believe in is wrong, but also why they shouldn't feel entitled to be coddled through their realizations. This could have been an incredible moment for you, where you could have addressed this commenter and therefore anyone watching who feels similarly, and pointed out that just chalking this all up to everyone is equally as bad is not the answer. Refusing to stand up and do what's right is not deconstruction. That what that commenter was doing was centering themselves. That their expectation of the left being nice to them and immediately forgiving them shows that they have no real cognizance of the harm they perpetrate. This was your opportunity to speak to the
And
real
I think
problem.
a big problem, she's cooking. She's cooking. I love whoever this is. I think the big problem with the left is that they don't understand harm. I think a big problem with some subsects of the left. Sorry, my tongue is a little on fire because my chicken was spicy. Is that they don't understand harm, or they don't care about it. They care about rhetoric. They care about perceived power. And they don't care about harm. Which is why I don't know if a lot of us are allies.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Because my goal is to mitigate harm. I care about politics. And insofar as I can utilize it to mitigate harm. That's it. That's it. I don't care about just more people with the name with a D letter next to their name in office, right? I don't care about more people just being called socialists or leftists or whatever in office. I care about utilizing those mechanisms to leverage against the current systems to lessen and eliminate harm. I think all too often people care about bigger left just by the virtue of just making a bigger left. You know what I mean? They just want the left to just be bigger because then it wins. It's a game, right? If we're bigger than the opponents, then we win and they lose and we win, you know? And like, cool, also interesting. I don't care about the left being, bigger than the right in some nebulous general fashion, right? I care about protecting marginalized people and protecting the harm that they are faced against. You know what I mean? King Broken, thank you for the 7 months. Much appreciated. And then Jurgen8 Larson, thank you for the 2 gifted subs as well. Well, that's it. That's my point. And so I think people would rather focus on bringing this person into the left because that's a win. We have a disconnect in what we want. They want the left to just be bigger for the sake of it being bigger. I want the left to be more effective in mitigating harm, right? Sometimes they overlap. Sometimes they don't. Dealing with former right-wingers is an example of them not overlapping. That's why they will focus primarily on recruitment as opposed to actually, substance and accountability. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. For them, it's about just making a bigger tent. More people calling themselves a leftist as opposed to actually mitigating the harm from marginalized people. Eliminating racism, eliminating transphobia, eliminating homophobia, eliminating the patriarchy. It's about, well, we just have more people than they have. And maybe they think that if we get more people, we can then at some point in the future use those people to overhaul these systems, right? But it's just kicking the can down the road. We need to harm people in the interim to maybe liberate them in the future. And to me, it's not that binary, right? It's simpler than just harm people now to eliminate harm in the future. We can protect people now and, liberate them in the future at the same time. And we do that by actually holding people who claim to be on the left, who claim to want to join the left, right, slightly to account. Right? This is what I talk about in my video called How the Left Should Deal with Alt-Right Radicalization. Has absolutely no idea how
make people act suffering leftist
there.
Disease. The things that
how to radicalize a normie.
But there may be a higher than average chance Gabe has a history of being abused or comes from a broken home. You don't know if that's true of Gabe, he's never said. But most abuse survivors don't become Nazis. The things that make people like Gabe recruitable tend to be situational. It happens often during periods of transition, as dramatic as the death of a loved one, or as benign as moving to a new city. Things that make people ask big life questions. Gabe has concerns like economic precarity, not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone, and it's entirely plausible he could have gone down the path to becoming a leftist. Now, this is not to make an economic anxiety argument. The animating force of the far right is and always has been bigotry. But the alt-right targets Gabe by treating his economic anxiety as one of many things bigotry can be sold as a solution to. It is their aim that when dissatisfied white men go looking for answers, they find the alt-right before they find us.
They find them before they find us. Why is that the case? In a follow-up tweet, Vosh has this to say. Leftists and progressives have absolutely no idea how unnecessarily repellent they come off to so many people and get angry at the idea of being a more effective social movement because they don't want to share their spaces with people who might have gone another way. Does that sound similar, chat? Does this Vosh tweet sound similar to what this guy is saying in this video? It's the same thing, right? It's, you need to be strategic. Be strategic about this, guys. Please, you guys are being repulsive. You guys are repulsing people. It's the same conversation.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
You do? Really? I mean, I have a very good video coming out at some point. I'm scripting it now. It's going to be pretty good. I like it. Because they don't want to share their spaces with people who might have gone another way. Now, while I agree that the left is less approachable than the right, I disagree with Vosh's characterization. The right is more approachable because they hold 100 bits, by the way, as well. Sorry. With Vosh's characterization. The right is more approachable because they hold the normative position. The left, by the nature of our existence, is going to be less popular. People don't like change and we seek to upend the status quo. Well, how do we attract them? You may be asking. Well, firstly, we will never attract support as easily as the right by doing what the right does. See above paragraph. And in an attempt to do so, many leftists will antagonize the marginalized communities that they claim to care about to attract the 12-year-old white edgy demographic. You will weaponize misogyny, weaponize transphobia, weaponize racism to get whatever dunk or you wanted at the time to appeal to that demographic, all while alienating the communities that you claim to care about. So great. Now you have an entire community around you that claims to be leftist, but let a trans person speak to you the wrong way. Let a black woman cross you and we see the truth. We see what happens when you grow a following of former alt-right teams who have failed to reflect and properly address their bigotry. And I personally don't like it. There's a reason why a lot of leftists got so defensive at this tweet. I don't know, something about shoe sizes or something like that. That conversation here, right? I was saying it in January 9th of 2023 and I'm still saying it now, right? There is an issue that we have of just centering the former right-wing perspective, right? We tailor the entirety of society around like the edgy white youth vote or whatever, you know, young white men, please, young white men, please. Right? And we focus so heavily or so quickly on like, well, look at how the right does it. The right doesn't have these purity tests. The right doesn't do these things. They let everybody come in. Like, yeah. And that's a bad thing. We should not grow the tent of the left to include people who are harming other people in the tent. I don't know how that's crazy. We are never going to win. We're never going to beat the right at their game. We're never going to outgrow the right. The right will expand to include everybody except for us, right? There is zero position where we are going to outgrow the right. They hold the normative position. We seek to upend the status quo. It will never happen. It will not happen. We are not going to big tent or out big tent the right. We won't. We won't. But what we have is as I say a little bit later on, right? We have the truth. We have the truth. We have the actual true materials analysis that we can actually engage with, right? But we're never going to out big tent the right. And so what we do need to have is we need to have a set of standards and morals that we don't get lost, because if we try to out big tent the right? If we try to make this big tent party, we're going to lose what makes the left the left. We're going to lose the core tenets of what the left should be about. That's caring for one another, right? Protecting marginalized people. Like, that's what we should be caring about, right? Things like compassion and empathy, you know, intersectionality. And if people want to come in here and mess that up, we have to make sure that they understand what we're about before we let them in. Suddenly brought in the right, the D equivalent, the Catholic, the crown, the strong left in Italy. You're 100% on. That's it. That's the point, right? And so again, it's not about people not being able to change. It's about as simple as making them wipe their shoes before they come in here. It's as simple as like, hey, understand before we let you in, people in here are not going to like you. And we can't make them like you. You need to understand that before we let you in, right? No bigotry, no anti-blackness, no misogyny. Leave all that at the door and understand that people may be a little hostile to you. And if you get that, you can come in. And if they come in and are like, nope, I want to go back to my bigotry, they can go. If they come in and they're like, nope, I want to be racist again, they can go. Because they were never meant to be in this space in the first place. Right? But if they are really, really, you know, if they really want to change, if they're really motivated to change, if they are really different, like they're claiming that they are, they should be able to accept that people will glare at them a little bit. You know, if they're genuine, if they are genuine, they should be able to walk inside, right? Get heckled a little bit, put their head down, do the work, and then people will be like, all right, you did the work. All right, Johnny, you did what you're supposed to do. And then they'll move on. Right? But there needs to be some shoe wiping. You need to wipe your shoes before you walk in. You get some ICU white boys, yeah. Couple ICU white boys, couple of go white boy goes, you know? You get a couple white chocolates in there, you feel me? What do you have to say to the superstitious followers you have? What are your thoughts regarding ushering it in times? I don't know. Good luck, I guess. But for some, you can never wipe enough to get accepted. No, you'll be accepted. Yeah, for some people won't accept you, but you'll be allowed in. That's my point, right? You will be allowed in. Some people won't accept you. You got to eat that. You got to be like, all right, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's my summer. Let's go. Zionism, brother? What about Zionism? Zionism not good. Bad.
Sean the Black.
Deacon has been for the
She's
13
my
months.
African princess.
Deacon
has
be
it
okay
just
with some people never
subscribed.
forgiving you. Exactly. And I don't understand how that's crazy. You know?
And instead, you chose to speak to the victims of it.
Also,
You
not
may
every person
truly
doesn't
believe
have,
that.
to like every other person, even when on the same side. Yeah. And you gotta accept that and keep moving on. But people and this is the problem. I think people have this thing about like sticking it to marginalized people. People want to stick it to black people so much. Even leftists. Even leftists have this thing about like, I want to stick it to black people. You know, because that's how white supremacy works. Putting black people in their place is the core tenet of white supremacy. Right? And so you will even have like white leftists who are like, you know, I'm going to come like more, I'm going to come harder on black people than I am on the actual reactionaries. You know what I meant. That's the best way I could say it. You know what I meant. 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 They are more strict on black people. They will be quicker to chastise black people, right, than to actually hold their compatriots accountable. I feel like you could have said it different. No, that's probably the best way I could say it. That's the most succinct way I could say it. Why not both? Who knows? But I said, I think that that's part of it, right? It's that like, yeah, black people caring about stuff is just like bro, stop. Because it's like, because they can't identify themselves with the black people. They can identify themselves with the former reactionary.
The best way for people to behave around MAGA that are deconstructing is to welcome them with open arms. The more effective solution is probably going to be talking to people who are deconstructing and walking them through the process that is not going to coddle them, helping them to understand that deconstructing from a harmful ideology is not about your feelings, but about doing what's right. Like calling someone out when they act as entitled as that commenter did. You know, as kindly and calmly as you would like to, of course, but without letting people get away with the self-victimization and refusal to take real responsibility. We are not anti-fascist because we all believe we're gonna get along and be friends. We are anti-fascist because fascism is wrong. That's why so many people are mean and angry, because they see a lot of self-describing deconstructors who aren't actually taking responsibility for the harm that they've caused. People mistrust it because time and time again...
I don't want to bring him up, please, chat, please. You know what I'm thinking. I'm not going to bring him up. I'm not going to bring him up. Because I do it every day, every stream. But that's where that sentence is where my mind is at.
Like calling someone out when they act as entitled as that commenter did. You know, as kindly and calmly as you would like to, of course, but without letting people get away with the self-victimization and refusal to take real responsibility. We are not...
You looked at it 2 days ago, bro. Last stream. We literally covered this last stream. Somebody who shall remain nameless. I'm not going to go on an hour-long rant about this person again. I promise. Somebody who shall remain nameless literally was doing the same self-victimization, and he was being defended by literally everybody for that same... He's the victim. He's the victim. No, you don't understand, chat. He's the victim, right? He chose to get a Nazi tattoo in Croatia, but he's the victim. And the people who are mad at him are actually the people who are the problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Same 30-year-old baby. Same 30-year-old baby. Do you see the overlap? Do we see the overlap now? Do we see the overlap between this person and who shall remain anonymous? I will not be naming any names. The same like 30-year-old baby thing. You know what I mean? 26-year-old baby thing. You know? Where it's like, yes, you can change. Yes, you can be different. But an acknowledgement of harm. Acknowledging that harm exists. Acknowledging that you've done harm. And acknowledging that some people still won't forgive you. Even if you do apologize, even though he's never really apologized for it, if we're being entirely real, all we see is just recontextualizations and shifting the goalposts and narrative, probably because he thinks that apologizing for it will make him look weak, but that doesn't preclude him from actually doing harm, causing harm, and does not discount the fact that apology is necessary to really do accountability. If somebody is unable to really apologize for the behavior that they cause, then how can I trust them to actually be firm in their beliefs when it comes to it? And that's where I will leave that part of the discussion. That's where I will leave it. This is why everything is different. You, me, us, woke 3. True. I compare that to Ian's apology. Yeah, and in Ian's apology, he literally said, I know some people will not forgive me, and that's okay. It's that simple. It's that simple. And we're gonna continue with this video. I'm not gonna harp on this anymore, I promise.
Fascist because we all believe we're gonna get along and be friends. We are anti-fascist because fascism is wrong. That's why so many people are mean and angry, because they see a lot of self-describing deconstructors who aren't actually taking responsibility for the harm that they've caused. People mistrust it because time and time again, this so-called regret appears to be more about people finally experiencing negative consequences rather than those people.
That's true. That's a good bar.
Fully being cognizant of the negative consequences they caused others. People are dead because of you. And a lot more horrible things are happening because of you. This is simply not about your feelings, unfortunately. But if you believe that deconstructors need that empathy and patience as they work through the responsibility that they need to take, then you should be that person. You be the one that shows up with kindness and empathy. But don't let them get away with what you're letting this commenter get away with. I have a lot more to say, but I think I'm just going to leave it at that.
I thought it would be easier the
I mean,
more I
she
talked
was
about
cooking.
leaving MAGA.
She was cooking. So yeah. W.
I thought it would be easier.
It's on YouTube too. She cooked. She literally said what I said. You know, I have no notes. I have no notes. Maybe people will listen to it now that it's not a black man saying it. You know, maybe. I've been screaming this from the rooftops for years at this point. Right? I think people it's weird. People have more smoke for the black people who are angry, right? For justified reasons than like the people who actually caused the harm. And that's weird to me. And I don't like it. And I'm never not going to like it. Wait. I'm never not going to not like it. Wait. I'm never not going to not like it. That one. Yeah, that one. I forgot what I was saying, but yeah. We're here. We saw you work. Please write a paper or whatever. Begin woke 3. 2 less knots, I think. You got what I'm saying. I do not enjoy it. I'm not going to like it. I'm never going to like it. That's what it is. I'm never not going to not like it. And nobody can ever change my mind on that ever. Never. Never. Indeed. Indeed. But yeah. That's the conversation around what's her face? I forgot her name already. Carter Brown. That's the Carter Brown conversation. If you hear it come up, just know you heard it here first because I keep my ear to the ground when it comes to drama. Tyrese the tea leaves perfectly uncultured. This is true. I showed this. This is funny. All right, Chad, don't let me lose this one. This one's hilarious. I gotta keep that one for a rainy day. Covered this. I covered these. What next is on the list? How about Jon Stewart? Oh, there's also this from Mr. Beast. Trigger warning for Mr. Beast.
A big part.
Also, chat, does THC mess with your time dilation? Like, do you ever just like sit back and like think that like 3 hours have passed, but it's only been like 10 minutes? Bro's on the weed? I'm actually not. It was me yesterday, bro. That was me yesterday. I literally was productive for the first half of the day. I woke up at 4 a.m. Don't ask me why. And I worked on this video that I was working on for like 3 hours, 3 actual hours. And then I was like, okay, I'm slightly tired, so I want to go take a nap. I went, I laid down. I slept for what felt like 8 hours. I woke up. I kid you not, it was like 30 minutes. I was like, bro, what is going on? And so I sat down. I feel like I experienced 3 days yesterday. Like I feel like I went to sleep 3 separate times just to wake up thinking it's a new day, but it's the same day. You know, it was weird. It was weird. Cigarettes would do that, not really weed. That's interstellar strain. Trip it up. Listen, I may have accidentally taken double my dosage, but it's not my fault. Anyway. Mode of consumption, the only mode of consumption that I would ever do. Heroin. I'm sorry. Mr. Beast is Jon Stewart. yes. This is how I felt. This is exactly how I felt. You see, my Mercy did a video on Gavin Newsom. I did. Apparently, Gavin Newsom's going on Hassan's podcast or Hassan's.
So I measure time.
I'm telling you, chat. See, y'all don't believe me. I told you a few days ago that his stream is going to look different than it does now and it has done and it has previously. And y'all don't believe me, but Hassan is showing up on like Democratic polling for like popularity of the Democratic Party. Like, I'm telling you right now, like Hassan is going to be his stream's going to be extraordinarily different in 2 years. Odds that he ran for Congress? 0. You would have to pry him away from his freaking room. It's already so different than a few years ago. I think there's still similar. There's less gaming. But I didn't know he could do less gaming, but he has found a way to do less gaming. So he has done less gaming. He stopped React, but React stopped from like what's it called? React stopped from like React Gate days. He should play Arc Raiders. I think Arc Raiders is boring. I'm trying to get him to realize that he's already running for governor of California. He would probably win, honestly. No governor is really that popular. But Tom Steyer is like ahead for the Democrats. That's relatively surprising. Positively, negatively, or horizontally different in your opinion? Horizontally. It'll just be different. It'll be more like, I think it'll be more buttoned up, more polished, more like an actual production. He already has he hired like assistants. You know, he's already moving to a you know, he grew 6 points after the stream interview. Yeah, and a producer. Like, he's already getting to like the more polished nature, but I think you'll see like, you know, you're gonna see a rotating cast of like maybe once a week, twice a week, politicians who come on his stream, just like they go on Jon Stewart's show, like they go on John Oliver, like they sit down with like late night hosts. You know what I mean? But you'll see more of that. I think you'll see more of like, less of like, here's my new book, and more like, hey, this is what the Republicans are doing right now. This is how we need to stop it. Right? You see that a little bit. Like AOC will show up, Bernie will be there for a little bit, Ro Khanna will jump on. But he's gonna have it's gonna be like more structured in that way, I think. That's my lock. That's my lock. Just give it 2 years. I think Hassan will be like, he will be more important to go on than like the radio shows and the late night shows for Democratic politicians during the primary of 2028. Right? I feel like if you don't go on, you won't even be in the conversation, kind of thing. And I think as a reaction to that, Hassan's stream is going to change a little bit. right? I think you're gonna see when you bring in Ro on the stream, probably whenever I reply to his freaking tweets or his DMs. That's why I'm mad at AOC for not going on more. Yeah, Zoran will though. Shout out Zoran. Zoran will be like, yeah, we'll link up with Hassan. Why not? I think Hassan will crashing and burning in the election would be bad. It happened to Will Stancil. Yeah, I can see that. I think, but Hassan has a better chance to win than Will. But depending on what the seat is, if Hassan runs for anything lower than Congress, he wins it handedly. It doesn't matter where he runs, bro. If he runs for anything lower than Congress, he wins. Right? If he runs for like the House, he wins. Senate, that one would be probably a tough one. He probably would still win, but like it'd be a little bit tougher. You know what I mean? I think for sure he can get enough motion to win. Actually, I would say it depends on where. California it's probably a tougher one to win as well. But like, you know, if he moved out to like freaking Maine, for example, and ran for Senate there, like I think he'd win handedly. California is interesting. Right, California is interesting. But should have had Anita on way sooner. I mean, maybe, but you know, I think I just thought that he didn't try. On to make his 40,000 viewers a day worldwide. 40,000 concurrent viewers. He has like hundreds of thousands migrating in and out. Right, probably close to like, you know, a few million migrating in and out in any given stream. I don't think he'd win a House or a Senate, but he'd be very competitive. Mayor, though, maybe. No. He'd win a House seat. He would 100% win a House seat. He has enough money to like and like not even just money, but has enough influence himself to like prop up his own campaign. You know what I mean? He helps people who won for Congress win their own congressional seats. Like he'll win a House seat for sure. For sure. It would be way harder to win mayor, in my opinion. I agree. I would say from what he would not win at all to what he could maybe win, would not win the presidency, would not win the Senate, would not win a mayoralship in California, in LA. But I think he could swing a House seat. I think he would win a House seat, and then anything lower than Congress, he wins handedly. That's where I would put it. Why is on this poll, Polar Bear in Arlington? Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? I think this shows Hassan is getting more legitimacy, less as a creator and more as like a kind of like a kingmaker, right? So like he's here with like Ezra Klein, who's less of a kingmaker, but Ezra Klein at least has institutional backing. You know, it's still only +1, but like, hey, he's on the board, bro. Could have a huge impact on the LA mayoral race right now. If he went all in on Ray. Yeah, I think it's different than him winning himself, though. If that was the question that Chatter posed. There's 2 DSA affiliated candidates running, and one is a Zionist. Electoralism is hopeless. I wouldn't say it's hopeless per se. I'm not a fan of it. I don't think that's where power is made. But Josh Shapiro and Ben Shapiro being the same person as a peak conspiracy theory, I don't think they're the same. They're just like, you know, one talks like Obama, one talks like Ben Shapiro. When is Sean Black gonna run? I don't know. Sometime in the future, maybe. How are they in DSA if they're a Zionist? I don't know if you know much about the DSA, Chatter. I don't know, easy. That word is, I don't care if we win already. I just have more emotion than Ezra. I mean, he doesn't, technically. Or more popularity. He does have more popularity. But anyway, that's kind of the point. Anyway, sorry. This is what I was talking about with this was my day yesterday, how I experienced it.
So I measure time. I've compressed and condensed time. I've bent it. My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago.
Now, you may be like, this guy sounds insane. You didn't have the day that I had yesterday. You see that Kyle tweet? What Kyle tweet? No good sentence ever starts with have you seen that Kyle tweet? Or did you see that Kyle tweet? There's nothing good that can come from that sentence. Nothing good that can come from that sentence. But just tell me what tweet it is.
My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week.
I would get bad? No, just send the link to the tweet.
Stack that up over a month, I'm going to kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is different than it would have been otherwise. So
Listen, I thought it was crazy. I thought it was crazy, bro. I thought it was crazy. Until yesterday, bro. I'm telling you, I woke up at like 4 a.m. I worked until like 9 to 10. And then I went to sleep, I took a nap. I woke up, it felt like 8 hours, but I woke up, it was 30 minutes later. I'm telling you. I'm sorry, what? This is not at all or remotely surprising to me. Honestly, I'm surprised somebody has not tweet searched Kyle Klinsky for the N-word yet. You know what I mean? I'm surprised it took this long for somebody to keyword search Kyle Klinsky with the N-word. And I'm more surprised the tweet is still up. That's it. Never ask Kyle when he's hungry. The dark woke. He's always been an edgy white boy, especially in the 2010s. Yeah. So like, I won't like. I think that there's worse. There are more valid criticisms you can make of Kyle Klinsky. Like his flagrant use of the R slur still currently in 2026. You know what I mean? Like, and people acting like that's chill and okay. That's just me though. That is just me though. It is anti-Indian racism. That too. But I at least saw some pushback for that. Not much though. Cause I saw people being like, he's doing dark woke. But yeah, this is how my day was yesterday. Honestly, I'm about to pop a few gummies now and just. I guess it won't work because I'm not doing it in the morning, so I won't have a full day. Dark woke is just dark nap. Wake up. True. Wake up to woke 3.0. We're going back to the roots. Mr. Beast reveals the secret to getting millions of views on social media. A big part of getting 100 million views on a video. Wait, I just let him play it. Being married to Crystal feels like a type of relationship where a teacher marries their student.
And it's kind of the same way. A big part of getting 100 million views theoretically on a video is if, is it something someone has seen before or not? Like, there's this TED Talk I watched one time, and he was talking about how, if you're driving down the road, you just see a cow. you're probably not even going to look at it, right? Who cares? You've seen them all the time. But if you're driving down the road and there's a purple cow, you're going to look like 4 times. You're going to remember that. Like someone could ask you a year later and you'll be like, yeah, I saw a purple cow. And it's like,
wow. What a genius. Do something that's never been done before. I didn't think of that. Didn't think of that. So profound, Jimmy. Give him another $1 billion. Exactly.
The only difference is it's purple. And it's kind of the same way on social media, right? Like if you're scrolling through videos and it's something you've seen before, nothing too crazy. It's just, it's almost like you should visualize as like, that's the equivalent of someone seeing a cow. But if it's something they've never seen before, like you putting a bunker underground and 2 people living in it, that is the equivalent of a purple cow on social media. So that's a very important thing. So it's just, if anyone's watching.
You're telling me that nobody's ever seen bunkers underground? Does the entire Fallout series it doesn't exist? It's all about bunkers underground. People love bunkers underground. You're not making something new. New Kai dropped. Stop! You're lying to me. Okay, this is more important. I'm sorry. I don't care about Jimmy. There's a new Kai that dropped on Kai's mind. Conversation with Luca, and then learning to embrace hate. Oh, he's back, chat. He's back to posting.
So we are currently designing in Italy, 600-year-old villa where everything is a little bit older. But I want to show you guys the power to embrace hate. Embracing hate, you guys have found ways to weaponize it. And I used to struggle with like caring about what people thought. So I got a hate wall of all the hate.
Okay, this isn't healthy. I get what he's trying to. I wonder if I'm on here. Hold on, I wonder if I'm on here. Let me look. Let me look. Did I make it, Chad? Did I make it?
That I received to motivate me even more.
Yeah, this isn't healthy. Crazy hot take. It's not healthy. It's not a healthy thing to do. The best way to stick it to the haters is just to prove them wrong. Like that's what they say, right? Prove them wrong. Not like I'm gonna immortalize them on a wall that that's to motivate me. Like you need less. To be fair, even that's bad. Because like you need to be motivated by something internally, like something productive inside of you. Not to like dog on the haters, but to like, for something positive. Also, yeah, printing it out with like the black ink on these papers, like, I mean, he's a millionaire, but like that's probably cost like $50,000 or something. You know how much ink is? Liquid gold.
Embrace my flaws and found ways, to.
Bro, stop reading books and read those. True. He's like, I read hate comments. It's enough.
Make amazing things. They don't believe until you make it cool. It is currently February 12th at 3:40.
All right, let's see this one.
I went into it already thinking like, bro, people not gonna take me serious. I'm a fucking streamer. Yeah. You feel me? So I'm like,
Bro, can you just go back to reading, please? Is that crazy? Is that crazy? Can you just go back to reading? He's always talking about how he's the underdog. You are 100 millionaire, bro. You literally cannot fail. You have a built-in audience. You're making streamer merch. Thinking about it like that, it's less crazy, right? He's making streamer merch. He's a streamer. He has a built-in audience that he can sell to. It's streamer merch. Why is he acting like he's the underdog here? Streamers have been making merch forever.
I already know they're gonna box me in. You feel what I'm saying? And into a lot of shit. So I just kept writing down and like just writing a whole bunch of shit down, like as transparent as possible.
Yeah.
You feel me? A lot of shit. So I just kept writing down and like just writing a
You're
whole
gonna put out this
bunch of
stream
shit
now. I
down,
hope you're
like,
happy. You're right.
as transparent as possible.
Yeah.
You feel me? As transparent as possible. And just breaking it down for what it is. And take a picture of the people that was there and all that, and just, bro, this is like literally
This is Lorenzo.
Yeah.
He's been part of the process?
Yes. He's the one that designed this cover.
Nice.
Like I really went in depth.
Well,
like,
working out, you
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Staying fit.
Yeah.
That's definitely part of the
Bro,
journey.
yeah, but then you see like also, I look at designers too. Like when they go through shit health wise, and I'm like, fuck, like I gotta go into this because I know how much time that shit is. Like let me at least put the gym and tell you how important it is to take care of your health.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, your health is everything, bro. Like, you want to wake up and, like, feel good.
Yeah.
That, like, helps you design. It helps you think. Like, when I'm, like, hungover or in a, like, you know, if you're, like, when you're unhealthy, it's not just, like, your body. It's your brain.
It is hilarious to say this while smoking cigs a little bit. It's joy. Nah, that was a cigarette. Am I tripping? That was a cigarette. Like y'all coming to be like I'm crazy, bro. I was like, that's not a joint, bro. that is a cancer stick. That's what that was.
Like, can fog up your, like, thought process. And, like, another thing, you know, I mean, I'm sure you've already experienced this.
It's pretty common appearance, right? Yes.
A brand
It's everywhere.
is...
it's everywhere.
These are cool. Are these real skins?
Yeah.
Cool.
And I scan everything so like it's on the website so
Yeah.
people could just read it. But also I wanted to come included in the packaging of like the clothes so they could see it with their own books.
This is an important point when I was talking about Luca about it. It's like the experience of the client. I feel none of these.
There
is no fucking
experience. You gotta think of it from the buyer's point of view.
I want to play the game. I want to have the experience of a client, and the whole experience is just be treated as shit.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want this to be like this is.
Trust me, just best idea ever. How about streamer merch comes up with something different, new, like canvas jumpsuits, working gear with stamp saying the black or something else, like onesies, white. The white ladies, they got this here too. Okay, I don't know about all that.
This is Journal 1.
Yeah.
Like
Journal 1. Okay, sure.
Next collection will be Journal 2. Yeah. So it's two different journals. Like,
just write a book, bro. Just write a book at some point. You know what I mean? Just write a book. Make a book. Why is like Journal 1 and then Journal 2? No, read a book. He's already read I think a book. Look, it's just okay. I don't know, I'm being a hater. Let me stop.
The color of how I'm feeling, like it's really good. Like if I have a collaboration with a brand, like that person has to be there with me, you know, and shit like that.
But this can make different the experience that you.
Yeah.
Make your.
Yeah, and I'm going all in too. I feel like it's cool.
I mean, that's like how your consumer interacts with the product.
Yes, because you know when we younger, bro, we get Louis, Gucci and shit. You hang it up on the wall, like you gotta think like that, cause like obviously like I've lived my life and I got so much money to where like I don't even be caring about the bags. We gotta ground yourself a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, there's people out there who's living in their crib and shit who really value the bags, the dust bags, the jerk. You know what I'm saying?
That shit counts.
Yeah,
And
everything
even,
counts.
Like, you know, I don't give a fuck about the box or the bag, but like I keep it just in case. But that shit matters. As a product designer myself now, like
you look at everything as knowledge.
I have garment bags.
Right.
And I'm selling jackets. You know, I mean, I'm still learning too, by the way. You know, but like my first collection, I didn't make nice garment. I didn't even think that far. I was so into like, fuck, I need this perfect hardware and the leather and the lining. And I'm like, wait a minute. This jacket's $7,000 and I don't have a fucking bag. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, I'm tripping, bro. Season 2, garment bags, shirt bags. When you buy from the website, what box does it come in? Is it easy to open? Like,
Yeah.
the font on the receipt, like everything's got to be dialed.
This is also like, this is the Coming Soon website, because I looked at a lot of Coming Soon websites, and a lot of them like.
Anyway, I think they should have just quit streaming and play Baldur's Gate 3 for his mental health. I don't know. It feels fake. Like he's trying to sell me something. Cause he is. He's trying to sell me his clothes. You know? I wish something felt genuine about this guy. And like nothing really does. But like maybe I'm a cynical person or something. And it's a me problem. Yeah. Website coming soon, but really focus on substantive. Oh, wait, the website's not up yet? Leave it. Open journal. Okay. All right, I can't even see the clothes, bro. I can't even take a look at like what's being made, I guess. Why? I guess all of this is just like a lead up, but like it's your first. Okay. Kai is falling into the trap that a lot of beginners or novices in the creative arts fall into. He's trying to make his dream project. You know what I mean? He's trying to make his dream project. Like and it's because he's trying to make his dream project. Yeah, his opus, his magnum opus. He's trying to make it perfect. So he's doing this huge lead up. He's doing this he's doing this whole huge thing, this whole spectacle. And then when it launches and it's subpar because it's his first fashion line, it will be not up to standard. It will be not what he envisioned because he's still a beginner, right? Then it's going to be like why did this happen? Like, no, you just make something. Put something out. His first drop should have been a hoodie or a jacket or a blazer or a pair of pants or a pair of shoes or some socks. Just put something out. Put something out. See if people vibe with it. See people like your brand. See people like your coloring. See people like your style. See people like your idea. And if that works, then move on to something bigger, more grandiose, and then move on from there until you build up what you want. You build up your catalog, right? But he's trying to just jump out to being like, I saw this movie I love. I'm going to make a full feature-length film. And informed by that he's paying designers to use his ideas as their creative direction. No, he's designing some of the clothes himself. So like kind of, but he's giving them the designs, being like, I want to make this. He's saying he's learning how to sew so he can make it himself. Right? But still, it's like if you are there's a difference between watching movies and making movies. And it's like Kai went to watch a movie. He was like, I love the Titanic. I'm going to make my own 3-hour feature-length film as my starting point. You know what I mean? The problem with that, which is kind of a little bit what Markiplier did, the problem with that is that you're going to run into hiccups. You're going to run into critiques. And if that's your magnum opus, you won't have anything else to show for it. You have nothing to grow from that to something else. You know what I mean? If you're like, I'm only getting into fashion to make this thing, and you make this thing, you're like, okay, I'm done. And if it's subpar, it's subpar. But if you're like, I want to make this. And so you start off by like testing your designs. How does your designs look? So you test out by selling something. You practice it by going from start to finish right? Building something to get the process down because you can refine that process later. You know what I mean? So like Kai is still stuck in like the middle phase of like going back and forth with designers, trying to make it perfect. But the problem is that like Kai's going to be like over 2 years into the project and nothing will be released. I don't think Vivette's releasing this year. I don't know if it's going to release next year, right? It's already been like, you know, friggin' almost 2 months at this point. But we'll see. We'll see. Explaining agile to me. I mean, it works for a certain extent, right? You go, you make an MVP, a minimum viable product. You get like something out, your idea out. So you can test it, see what works and what doesn't work. So you can refine that to the final product. Right? But Kai's like, he's building up so much hype by being like, look, I made these physical journals, right? That I have all my ideas into. Is it Saturday? No agile? Is it Saturday? It is Saturday. Oh. You all have to learn. You all have to grow. It's never perfect to start, 100%. Yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna watch 45 minutes of Kai Cenat. But alas, I think that covers most of what I wanted to talk about today. There's more Jasmine Cracker stuff, but I skipped that because it was boring. Oh, there's also tenderism drama. Y'all hear about the tenderism drama in chat? All my black people out there, you probably heard about tenderism. After public dispute over the tenderism name he coined and built online, Walter Mr. Tenderism Johnson has secured an official trademark. The mark was transferred to him after it was acknowledged that there was no lawful commercial use outside of what he created. For many black creators, the story is similar. You build it, it catches fire, somebody else tries to own it. This time the name went back to where it belongs. Johnson is no longer tied to the business and claims he's building tenderism on his own terms. The lawyer gave him the copyright. W. Was the guy fired? Got fired or something? I think he got fired. Basically, a white owner owned this barbecue place where the black guy, right, would like pull up a brisket or, you know, I don't know what he pulled up freaking some piece of meat, you know, freaking like carnivore style. He would lift it up and it will fall off the bone, right? Because it was so tender, it was literally falling off the bone. That became a whole thing. Rib? Okay, it was a rib. My bad. That makes sense, actually. Looks like a rib bone. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the tenderism.
For one thing, the tenderism.
So if it... Boy, look here, this is tenderism at its best.
You see, pick that end up. It's yours. No, wait. Hey, come on, we gotta dig it out, man. Pick it, boy. Pick it, boy. Hey, you can turn it loose, Paul. Hey, man, look here.
So, yeah, that's kind of his thing. But he didn't own the restaurant where it was taking place. And there was this whole thing about like the restaurant owner, when Keith Lee came, wanted to drop like a $4,000 tip to this guy. And the restaurant owner would not let Keith Lee drop the tip because he wanted the money, basically. And so he was basically like, yeah, Mr. Johnson's not in right now. You can't give him a tip. But you can give it to me though. I'll give it to him, I promise. That sort of thing. So let's get this topic for once, but I did see and hear this bullshit. Dude went to check it on himself and saw the owner's situation. Yeah, it was pretty rough. Let's see. And then he got fired.
Keith Lee might have just accidentally destroyed the TikTok tenderism restaurant's image, and the situation is just a complete dumpster fire, as the viral restaurant went from having lines out the door to having their social media posts just flooded with hate.
I would rather watch. Wait a minute.
I'm not at Destination Smokehouse.
Oh, there's an Omizi video about this. They literally came out yesterday.
I'm with tenderism now.
Say it ain't so. Great Scott, Batman. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been wrapped up into this Mr. Tenderism story for way too long, but that's because I want to see people win. That's because I'm tired of the bad guy always getting the victory in the end. Now that Walter, aka Mr. Tenderism, has separated himself from Destination Smokehouse and the corrupted owner, Nick, the guy who supposedly had his best interest at heart, we can finally celebrate and see what his meat is like. This tale of pity went to a tale of triumph super fast, and I am excited to...
This doesn't get the full context. I wish there was more context here.
Keith Lee might have just accidentally destroyed the TikTok tenderism restaurant's image, and the situation is just a complete dumpster fire. As
he's a Kaya truther, yeah. I told you he's a little bit of a loser, but it's okay.
Viral restaurant went from having lines out the door to having their social media posts just
I
flooded
respect him as a fellow drama farmer.
with hate comments, all in just a few weeks. And this is all after they fumbled an opportunity that a lot of dining spots in America could only dream of. Because it seems like Keith shined a light on something which caused the internet to ask a whole lot of questions. And that's crazy, because on paper, this could have easily become a massive win for them. But unfortunately, it went the worst way possible. I think my entire camera rig is sideways. Yeah, the tree's good. All right, we'll just film this video. But this whole story starts with a man named Walter Johnson, an elderly retired chef who goes by Mr. Tenderism online, though most people just refer to him as Unc, because recently, Walter became one of the most famous people on food TikTok, and it all happened without him trying to be an influence in the first place. And while he may have not had an intention of becoming a massive personality, his TikToks are just so wholesome that honestly, it's not hard to see why he blew up in the first place, especially when it came to his reactions to the tender barbecue served at the restaurant he associated with. Like, you can tell this guy is obsessed with what he's doing.
Most of TikTok is just nostalgia bait. Is that crazy to say? Is that wild to say? Most of TikTok is just like baiting nostalgia of like 2 weeks ago. It's like, hey guys, it's me, popular TikToker with 4 million followers, and that's, what is this? A plate of meat in front of me? What is this? Unc, what's good, bro? Is this your food? It falls off the bone. That's crazy. That's kind of all TikTok is. It's like, guys, I'm a famous TikToker. You recognize this guy. He's a famous TikToker. Give us likes. Yeah, guys, you remember that thing from last week, guys? Guys, remember that thing from last week? Guys, remember that thing from last week? Just like from last week, the thing from last week. You remember that? Something we need to add, and it is a trans rights or human rights. True. Ugh. To be fair, I also did that today when it came to millennial burger TikToks. Those are funny though. Okay, you're not taking my millennial burger TikToks from me. You are not taking my millennial burger TikToks from me. I will not be hearing anything. You guys, what a crazy idea. No, I remember. Who's the black guy? I saw a black guy's TikTok. That's how I got here. Ugh. Sure, I don't know, gross. I saw a black guy's TikTok. Maybe he took it down. No. You know who I'm talking about, chat? Let me see. Wait, I talked about it before. He made a quarter zip video.
CIA jokes at all. Why would conforming to a white supremacist view of professionalism?
Right? She's hearing to this guy. Spice. Baby Spice CJ. I never knew that was his name. My bad. Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah, this is the video that I saw. Oh, it was so funny. It was so funny. I forgot if he was doing a bit or not. He was doing a bit. It was a funny bit. Come on, please. POV, you're about to pay $47.35 for a burger.
Hey! Hey! Burger belong to you, burger belong to me in our sweet tummy. Burger belong to you, burger belong to me in our sweet. Hey! Welcome to Burger Nation, where we value burgers over our feelings. And that might seem bad at first, until you realize that over here, burgers are our feelings. Sorry, bro Chacho, policy says you gotta order at least one thing off the menu before you leave.
Of course I do. So what? Don't do it. Don't do it.
For some random reason, I feel like I shouldn't ask the question.
This is so funny. I do have to use the bathroom though, like really badly. Okay. Anyway, we won't finish this. Basically, Tinderism, black guy, word for white guy, didn't work out. Black guy ends up getting this trademark to the phrase that he coined. White guy loses his business, as in like not like he didn't lose his business, but he loses the business to go to his business. There we go. That's the point. That's it, and that's all. Any final thoughts? I have to use the bathroom. I think we're good, bro, Chacho. Yeah. Well, that's it, chat. I was gonna play the song. All I know is "Burger Belong to You," and that's not the lyrics. And I don't know what the lyrics are to look it up. I'm looking it up. Infamous woke when? Maybe at some point. I don't know what it's called. Here, I'll just play this song instead. Anyway, thank you all for watching. For me to say the same things that I always say once again, but like slightly differently, maybe.
Woke up with my toolie, what they do? Meet me in the alley with the troops. I got red shooters, I got blue. Let that thing down and point at you.
Thank you for watching, chat. I'll see y'all later. Next, let's pick it next. Nix, come in here.
We gon' take this boy back to school. Money on the front of the show.
Out there?
No, you can't save, I'm mad enough. Smoking hella weed, I'm on the alcohol. Shawty lick me clean the way she suck me off. I keep
I got her. I got her. I woke her up though, so she's kind of sleepy.
Gotta watch for 12, around my town you might get killed. I'm on my mind, yeah, I'm high by the rim. You copping live, boy, I got it all on film. You gotta watch out where you rock it, shit get real.
I'm sorry.
Drink too real, I can't be fake, don't know the feel. Gotta take a long drive up the hill. Get too wavy, move like Navy SEAL.
Alright, say goodbye, Nixie.
I'm too wavy, think I need to live. Chicago, baby, she just wanna drill. The vibe's too wavy, it's too hard to kill.
Yeah, it's not. He doesn't want it. Aw, okay. Bye bye. Bye bye. Burger belong to you. Burger belong to me. Hey. Hey. Burger belong to you. Burger belong to me. Coming. Burger belong to you. Burger belong to me. Mine. Hey. Hey. Okay, Nixie, I'm sorry. He does not like that song. Oh, do you want it now? Wait, where did that one go? Burger belong to you. Burger belong to me and mine.
No, you can't save, I'm mad enough. Smoking hella weed, I'm on the alcohol. Shawty lick me clean the way she suck me off. I keep 2 O's in my bed, I got them turning out.